Dr. Ravi, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes, Professor, you
Yes,
are.
you are.
Greetings, dear attendees. We'll wait for a couple of more minutes because we are awaiting the presence of the rest of the registered researchers. So once they are in, we will begin. Just a couple of minutes, and thanks for your patience. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for your patience and a very pleasant morning and welcome to the Exeed Multidisciplinary International Research Conference, acronymed EMIRC 2024. It's my privilege to be the host for today's event. My name is Maria. I'm the Associate Head of Quality and Compliance at Exeed College, UAE. Exeed College, envisioned in 2016, is a prestigious enterprise of Westford Education Group, providing top-rated online and part-time academic programs, a world-class education management provider based in the UAE. Exeed College research collaborations in higher education at the doctoral and master's level in the field of business management, teacher education, and information technology are aimed at fostering cooperation and promoting knowledge exchange through advanced research and innovation in various specializations with a pool of resources, research facilities, and funding, enabling the stakeholders to undertake more ambitious and comprehensive projects. Exeed's networking and partnerships provide opportunities for researchers to network with peers, industry professionals, and potential collaborators, often focusing on addressing practical challenges and developing solutions that can be implemented in the global horizon through joint publications and career advancement. Exeed College has flowed out this research conference to encourage fruitful discussions, nurture collaborations, and pave the way for future research breakthroughs. Throughout the day, we have a diverse research setting lined up where you will be involved in thought-provoking keynote speeches from renowned experts in the field, engaging panel discussion, and cutting-edge research paper presentations. This research conference is themed Education for Industry 5.0, which represents a transformative shift in how educational institutions prepare students for the future workforce, reflecting a human-centric industry augmented with technological advancements and digital transformation. We're not just incorporating new technologies into the curriculum, but rethinking the entire educational ecosystem to align with the talent demands of rapidly changing industrial landscape. We are privileged to have amidst us distinguished academicians, keynote speakers, panelists, industrialists, and research scholars. Their insights and expertise will undoubtedly add immense value to our discussions and enrich our understanding of the future of education and industry. The agenda for today's event will begin with opening remarks and welcome address, followed by keynote address, research paper presentations, panel discussion, and closing ceremony. Please note that our event in the main lobby is being live streamed on YouTube. The link will be provided in the chat for your reference. As we begin the proceedings, I'd like to mention a few guidelines to ensure that this conference is carried out with the highest standards of decorum that are expected of the attendees. Kindly join the research presentation slot promptly to ensure we stay on schedule and minimize disruptions. Keep your microphone on mute while not in use, as this helps maintain a clear audio experience with everyone. If feasible, keep your camera on during the conference, as this fosters more engaging and interactive environment. However, if you experience bandwidth issues, feel free to turn it off. Use the chat function for questions. This helps keep the conversation organized and allows the moderators to address questions efficiently during Q&A sessions, especially at the keynote speeches and panel discussions. If you wish to speak or ask questions when slot is allocated to you, kindly use the raise hand feature. This will help the moderators manage the flow of the discussion efficiently. Request you to maintain a professional demeanor in all interactions and chat. Engage thoughtfully and appreciate the diverse perspectives shared by our speakers and participants. Should you encounter technical difficulties, use the chat function to reach out to a support team who will assist you promptly. With that note, I take the privilege and would like to invite Dr. Vivek Mohan, Dean of Academic and Student Affairs, Exeed College, UAE. Dr. Vivek is a distinguished academician and has extensive experience managing multicultural, high-achieving teams in higher education domains related to Middle East, UK, and the US in terms of strategy, operations, and delivery. He is the recipient of the prestigious Medici Enterprise Award for Commercialization of Research, UK, and various GCC Leadership and Organization Awards. Dr. Vivek holds a PhD in Business Management from UK and an MSc in International Business, UK, MPhil in Applied Leadership, Spain, Doctorate in Management, Spain, and has certifications in blockchain from UCLA, US, education design from UCL, UK, project management from CMI, UK, and blended learning from UNSW, Australia. He started his career as an operations consultant and has worked in product development and education design. Dr. Vivek has published and presented papers in international journals and conferences across the globe on topics such as sustainability, expatriate performance, and synchronous online learning. With more than a decade and a half of experience in both academia and consulting, he has worked closely with several highly regarded American and British universities on international alliances and digital implementation of higher education programs. Dr. Vivek has consulted for the UK Government, Arts Council, England, and held faculty and researcher positions at Sheffield Hallam University, UK, and Leeds Business School, UK. Dr. Vivek has consulted and trained for public institutions and MNCs, including the ICC Cricket Council headquarters, PricewaterhouseCoopers, Middle East, Petrofac, Sharjah Co-op, and WJ Groundwater. Ladies and gentlemen, with sheer pleasure, please join me in welcoming Dr. Vivek Mohan to deliver the welcome address and officially open this conference.
Hi, good morning. Thank you, Maria, for the warm welcome. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. For those of you who've joined us from the various parts of the world, good afternoon, good evening. It is indeed with a great sense of excitement that we kickstart EMIRC 2024, Exeed Multidisciplinary International Research Conference. We've always believed that research is nothing but the creation of new knowledge, right? So there was a famous Russian playwright. His name was Anton Chekhov. I'm assuming a lot of people are aware of him. He was a prolific playwright. And he said that knowledge is nothing unless you put it in practice. So we've strongly believed that research or academia or academics should be enterprising in all aspects. It should have a deliberate connection between research and practice. So that is the reason why I was saying that we've always been huge fans of creating an enterprising approach with our programs that we deliver. And we've been quite fortunate to be in executive education. So um, all our students are working professionals. So in this regard, when a practitioner develops research, that I believe adds more value to research and contributes immensely to knowledge. So I'd like to just get started by giving a brief overview of where we started and what has culminated in an international conference, right? So I promise I'll keep it short. I don't intend to, bore anyone to death with a PowerPoint presentation. I just have a couple of pointers which I feel are critical to the international conference itself. So our group's inception was in 2009, and we were always strong players in the Middle East for corporate training. And so then evolved Exeed College, which was built on the idea of executive education, focusing primarily on working professionals. So that's what we have done. We are focused primarily on working professionals. 98 to 99% of our students are working professionals. And in fact, all the researchers who've joined this conference are working professionals. Last time we did a survey, we understood that the average age of our learners is 40. So that is an incredible number. The zest for lifelong learning is what we've always appreciated. We've evolved into 3 departments. At this point in time, we have more than 3,000 students, more than 2,000 alumni. And one of the, I would say, strengths has always been our ability to cater to a global audience. So using innovative pedagogies and technology implementation, we have been able to cater to more than 50 countries at any given time. And the journey has been terrific so far. And because of our strength and because of our passion for executive education, we have tried to ensure that there is a holistic connection between research and practice. And that is what is culminated in a multidisciplinary international research conference. I just want to say this is kind of what you see on screen is kind of like our Ikigai. I mean, if you've come across Ikigai, it is a Japanese concept that says or that signifies the reason to live, I believe. So, these are the 4 pillars that we are based on. As I was mentioning, and an integral part of this conference is the theme or concept of innovation itself. We've always tried to maintain consistency and excellence in innovation, and which is quite evident from this conference itself. Although virtual, we realize the power of technology, and what we have done is we've taken high quality programs in higher education, master's, doctorate, bachelor's programs in higher education, and we have tried to make it flexible for working professionals around the globe. And we are quite happy to hear so many stories as testimonials from our students from around the globe, based on the flexibility that we have offered and how that has helped all our students to sort of prosper in their careers. We've made those programs accessible because of the unique proposition that we bring in delivering programs. It is accessible to everyone. I mean, if you have an internet and if you have probably a Wi-Fi connection and an electronic device, it doesn't, and that's all that you need to create or disseminate knowledge, And then we've also made it affordable. So for people from different parts of the globe who are working, who are not able to compromise on their full-time work and travel to different countries and be a resident student and spend, a couple of years upskilling. We've made it affordable for them, as in you get the same programs being delivered to professionals around the globe, and it is quite affordable. And sort of our ikigai is this is our reason to live. Exeed College falls right in at the center of these four pillars. And I wanted to specifically focus on innovation, because innovation is what drives the world. Innovation is what drives research. Innovation is what helps to create new knowledge. I mean, if you look around and if you see what organizations have done, and there's always a criticality or a critical view where academics or researchers say that, without research, you can't establish practice. And practitioners say that, research is not that important. This is just a critical argument. It is a good argument. However, we strongly feel that research generates practice, and practice helps create new research and new contributions to knowledge. So it should go hand in hand, really. And that's what has been established in all domains around the world. So enterprising is our key part of this pillar and the vision. And that's the reason why we have made tremendous efforts and strides to organize this multidisciplinary international conference. And I just want to finally shed some light on the themes of the conference, which more or less a lot of our attendees are aware. So we have 3 themes for this conference. And if you see, we have tried to structure these 3 themes in line with what we do and our 3 departments. The first theme is contemporary business and management challenges and practices. And as you're well aware, the first department that we established was, in fact, business management. So we cater to learners from around the globe in various domains in business management, be it project management, supply chain, healthcare, marketing, finance, accounting, health and safety, global sports management, multiple domains, multiple specializations. We've got sort of champions from around the globe studying these programs with us. So the first theme is in fact relevant to this department that we have at Exeed College. The second theme is about teaching and learning for a changing world. So now you see, I'm proud to announce that Exeed College's teacher education department is one of the, if not the largest in the Middle East and Northern African region. We deliver programs with several UK universities and awarding bodies, and of course other European universities and awarding bodies as well. And these programs are in fact pursued by school teachers mostly, or teachers in different domains. So teaching and learning is what changes the world, and that I believe is an ideal theme to explore for our audiences, which is teaching and learning for a changing world. And the third theme in pink, the third theme is human-centric technology. As I was mentioning when I initially during my speech, technology is what drives innovation, and technology is, if not a core integral part of even what we do. So we have a department which is dedicated to technology, and we call that AirTech, which is kind of a combination of artificial intelligence and robotics. And that's where we became, it's a recent department, and that's how we became part of human-centric technology. And what you see happening in technology is just mind-blowing. And we are quite fortunate to be part of that as well. And so we have created that theme for all the technology sort of practitioners who would like to generate new research using the theme of technology. So, these are the 3 themes for the conference, and these are in line with our 3 different departments. And as we understand, we've got a lot of researchers making presentations today. I think more than 60 to 70 presentations in a day. Last year, we conducted an on-site conference in Dubai during winter, which was, again, sort of a scale to which we had multiple themes and several researchers traveled to attend it. We wanted to sort of upscale it this year, and the best way to do it is to engage virtually so that people from different parts of the world who have other travel commitments can still present their papers and engage in research. So, I mean, this is what the conference is about. I'd like to a special shout out to the Exeed team who've worked relentlessly in organizing this conference. I'm sure that the conference is going to produce, excuse me, amazing outcomes and amazing contributions to research. And we've also got several of our doctoral candidates presenting in this conference. We've got more than 400 doctoral candidates engaged in several programs with us. And always remember, as someone said, gatherings like these have the power to change the world. And I truly believe that, research has the power to change the world. On that note, it is my pleasure and privilege to kickstart the proceedings for Exeed Multidisciplinary International Research Conference 2024. I wish all the researchers the best, and I wish all the participants a knowledge-filled, fun-filled day of knowledge dissemination. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Over to you, Maria.
Thank you, Dr. Vivek, for officially opening the conference. We truly appreciate your words and the vision you have set for our research conference. As we begin the keynote speeches, I'm pleased to invite the first speaker, Ms. Catherine Muaba Charlie. Ms. Catherine is a seasoned executive with a distinguished career spanning over 15 years in the banking sector, following an initial tenure in the telecommunications. She holds an MBA from UCAM, Spain, and a BSc in computing from the University of Greenwich. As a proven leader, Ms. Catherine has successfully led diverse teams and played a pivotal role in optimizing operations at 2 prominent African banks. Currently, she serves as a Chief Operating Officer at the United Bank of Africa in Zambia. She is dedicated to foster excellence and innovation in the financial industry, consistently delivering value and driving sustainable growth. Her keynote speech is centered around the theme, leveraging technological advancements for operational efficiency. In an era where technology is rapidly transforming industries, her insights will shed light on how organizations can harness innovation to optimize processes, reduce costs, and enhance productivity. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Catherine.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm so excited about this conference. And like the introducer said, I'm Catherine Mwabachali. I'm currently serving as the Chief Operating Officer for United Bank for Africa in Zambia. And my topic is leveraging technological advancements for operational efficiency. So I'll go straight into the presentation. And the presentation outline, I'll start first by looking at a brief overview of what Industry 5.0 is all about. And then I'll go into the strategic pillars as they relates to digital transformation and what these strategic pillars are, which is basically speaking to people, processes, and technology. Then I'll finally look into some examples in the banking sector of the various technological advancements that have made use of, that have been made use of, and then I'll close off. So basically, Industry 5.4 is a new paradigm which combines advanced technologies with a human-centric approach, emphasizing empathy, inclusivity, ethics, and sustainability. So for any organization to be successful, I think having a human-centered drive any industry and any society. So it basically builds commonly called the Industry 4.0 by integrating digital technologies like artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and blockchain into the fabric of organizational culture and operations while prioritizing human values. So below is a brief overview of the revolution of the 5 industrial revolutions. We started off with the first industrial revolution in 1780. We moved on to the second, which was basically looking at electrification. Then we went on to the third, which looked at automation. And then the fourth industrial revolution, which was focusing on digitalization. And then this basically means that 5.0 is not replacing what has been done before. It's basically building off what has been done in the past. So I like to look at it 5.0 as it continuing from 4.0 and the two being married together and just adding the human-centric approach of it. So when we look at the strategic which are related to digital transformation. Digital transformation is about integrating digital technologies into all areas of a business customers. So the common goal here is using technology, about evolving with the changing business environment and leveraging technology to improve business culture and customer experiences. So the basic pillars which are part of this process are people, process, and technology, like I earlier mentioned. And these are very critical in achieving operational efficiency and effective digital transformation. And in all this, data plays a critical role because you cannot strive on digital transformation if the data that you're going to use is not clean. It has to be accurate. It has to be fit for purpose. It has to be able to speak to what initiatives you want to put into place. So these pillars are not only still valuable, but they're integral even in the 5.0 industry. People are the ones who carry out the actions. Processes are what is used to streamline the procedures, and technology is what facilitates all this, like previously mentioned by Dr. Mohan. So in order for us to be able to streamline operations, to digitize, technology is very, very important, and you have to have the right infrastructure in place for all this. So I'll go in and start looking at the different pillars. I'll start by looking at the people aspect. How do we empower human capital using technology? So in any organization, you need to first have the right people. You need to empower them. You need to prioritize their well-being. You need to develop them. You need to have engagements with them. You need to understand what are their needs, what are the tools that they need to ensure that they deliver on the different roles that they play. So we need to have a leadership that encourages empathy, that practices ethical behavior, that it practices inclusivity and personal development. So this speaks to ensuring that the people who are the bedrock of any organization have the right skill set. Do they need to upskill? Do they need to reskill? With the advent of technology, it's a continuous process. They need to have adequate training. How do we ensure that they have adequate training? We need to ensure that they have the skills. For instance, right now, artificial intelligence is at the peak, at the realm of everything that is being done in various industries, not just for banking, in the education sector, in the health sector, in the manufacturing sector. So you need to ensure that the people have the access to the right training, they enhance their skill set. And through this, for example, you can use augmented reality and virtual training reality, where you do not necessarily have to have people leave their countries, go and have the requisite training that are required to ensure that this technological advancements are put into play. You can use these technologies to ensure that they have that immersive training. I can attest that, for example, I'm a member of Exeed College to the end. And I think these are some of the experiences that I'm also enjoying at the moment. And then we can also go a step further and empower people by using collaborative tools. Right now, we're using Zoom, we're using Microsoft Teams to ensure that there's enhanced communication and teamwork. From the times of COVID, we all noticed that there were lockdowns all over, but then business had to continue. And people had to use some of these tools to ensure that there was still that collaboration and teamwork. And then there's also the aspect of customer experience using AI. Like I would like to give an example for Zambia and UBA Group as a whole. We implemented Leo Chat banking, which uses AI for ensuring that we provide 24-hour service to our customers through this chatbot. So these are ways that we use to ensure that we empower human capital with technology. But what is key on the people aspect is we need to provide them with the right leadership, and we need to provide them with the tools and the right training that they require. Then secondly, look at the processes. How do we enhance operational efficiency with technology? So basically, when operations are streamlined and optimized, business can minimize waste and reduce cost overheads and allocate resources more effectively. In any organization, I think from the operational end of it, we keep on, one of the key KPIs is having a low cost to income ratio. So for instance, it should not be above 50%. So in simple terms, we're saying for every $1 that the organization is making, only 50% of that should go towards expenses. So how do we achieve this? So one, we need to use technology to optimize operations and streamline certain critical tasks which are done repetitively. So at our disposal, we have robotic process automation, which is used to automate repetitive tasks to increase efficiency and reducing errors. So an example is, for instance, in the banking sector, you have people who may have to open accounts. So instead of opening an account manually, you put in this technological advancement and ensure that this is done automatically using the different technologies available. In the finance sector, instead of having manual data entry, you can use RPA to ensure that this is done seamlessly. We can also have the use of predictive analytics. This can help us predict market trends. For instance, you can look at customer behavior if you want to do new product developments, improve on your service. What is the trend? Which products are being used more often by the customers? Where do they need to improve? Where are the feeder points? So with predictive analytics, you can tell what measures can put in place. For instance, if you look at maybe when equipment which is being used in a particular institution, when is it due for maintenance, as opposed to someone having to go and do that manually and check where the faults are. You can use predictive analytics to assess this. In the aspect of security, we have blockchain at our disposal. Right now, we know that with digital transformation, cybersecurity risks are at the peak. So any organization has to ensure that they put in measures, strict measures to ensure that all these risks are mitigated and kept at a bare minimum by making use of blockchain. And then in all this, we need to be agile and flexible processes in place to ensure that we adapt to market changes. Because remember, if we remain behind the curve and do not use these technologies, we'll be left behind as an organization. So you need to ensure that technological advancements are put into place and they're used to streamline all these mundane tasks that happen in the organization. So process improvement and optimization is a continuous process. It's not something that is done in one day and then you forget. You have to be in touch with what is happening out there. You have to know what other organizations are doing and how you can benefit from what they are able to offer. You have to partner with strategic entities, say for instance, technological companies. You have to partner with fintechs if you have to stay ahead of the curve. So we have to be agile as an institution, you have to be adaptable, and you have to ensure that in this whole thing, processes people are carried along because they are the ones who know what the processes are. And with the people, as you do the process mapping, you will be able to identify which spaces require less time and at the end of it, you have to incur less costs because especially on the aspect of operating costs, which relates to staffing, this will be reduced. So technology will help us reduce costs at the end of the day. And the third pillar is technology. So driving innovation and sustainability using technology, how do we do this? Technology will help us with innovation and integration. I gave an example of where you can partner with entities in the entire ecosystem. I'll use banking as an example. For instance, you have the mobile telecommunications company. I'll use an example of Zambia. Right now, in terms of financial inclusiveness, this is one of the areas where we want to ensure that we reach the banks. So how can we achieve this? Because banks at the moment, not all banks are in the rural areas. So you have to partner with the fintechs. You have to partner with the mobile network operators to ensure that you reach these undeserved communities where they are not financially inclusive. We have 5G networks, which is the latest technology in this space for connectivity, because it's faster and it's more reliable for communication and it supports the seamless integration. So you cannot, if you are going to invest in new technological trends, you need to ensure that the network that you're using in terms of internet connectivity, be it fiber or fiber optics, it's up to speed and it's able to have the right capacity in terms of bandwidth to make sure that the different systems that you have in an organization are able to be supported. And then you should also look at sustainable practices. Right now, the buzzword is sustainability. If an organization is not putting into place sustainable practices, for instance, using green technologies, we have issues where certain countries have had issues of drought, especially those countries which depend on hydroelectronic power. Renewable energy comes into play because this will also reduce our carbon footprint on the world in terms of ESG, and it also have a positive impact on climate change. So it's important that we implement green technologies, even as we implement these various technologies. And we have a lot of these technologies at our disposal. And at the end of the day, they'll also reduce costs and reduce the environmental impacts. In addition, let's also look at ethical use of AI. You have to ensure you use it responsibly, and there has to be transparency in the use of AI and align with ethical standards as all of this technology is implemented. Then now I'm going to look at some of the practical examples in banking where technological advancements have been used. So for instance, the first one is AI and machine learning for fraud detections. So banks have implemented AI and machine learning for fraud detection. You find that instead of having human beings having to see if fraudulent transactions have been done, be it using digital platforms, with the AI inventions that are in place, this is now being detected automatically. It reduces false positives, and then there are faster response time into the alerts that we receive to see where the fraud may be emanating from. Then as we align this to Industry 5.0, it ensures customer trust and security, and there's employee empowerment, as earlier alluded to, because it frees up human analysts to focus on more complex tasks. And secondly, RPA, which is robotic process automation to automate various back office processes such as data entry, compliance reporting, and account reconciliation. So this basically results in an operational efficiency gain in terms of staff operating cost reduction. And then it also increases the compliance to regulatory expectations, even to laws, maybe say if you look at GDPR for data protection, all these things, because they are automated and there's really minimal human intervention, there's enhanced productivity as well. So how does this align to Industry 5.0? So there's the human-centric approach in this process because it improves job satisfaction by removing repetitive tasks. So ordinarily, what would have been taking someone an hour to do with robotic process automation, it would be done in a minute, as an example. Then it also speaks to the aspect of process optimization because processes and operations are streamlined and therefore enhancing overall efficiency. The third technological advancement is adoption of blockchain to enhance transparency and security of trade finance transactions, as an example. So there's transparency and trust in transactions, there's reduced processing time, then there's enhanced security. And in all this, customers want to work with a bank which has put all these measures in place. As one does their transactions, they want to be sure that at the end of the day, no one will get their funds and use them for something else. So with all this automation and process improvements and adoption of blockchain, it builds onto the alignment of 5.0 industry, where there's ethical and transparent operations, and it also builds on customer trust and regulatory compliance. And in terms of sustainable practices, this reduces paperwork and associated environmental impacts. And finally, in terms of using AI chatbots, I gave an example. For example, for UBA, we've implemented the use of chatbots with what we call Leo the Chat Banker. We implemented this, I think this was the first in Africa to implement this. So what has this resulted in? It has resulted in operational efficiency gains in terms of support for 24/7. And then there's cost efficiency, because we do not have to have high staff operating costs, and there's the enhanced customer experience. A customer does not necessarily have to come to the bank to meet their certain needs. They'll only come to the bank for complex transactions. This is something that other banks are also working on, and other institutions. So some of these things which we have highlighted are not only limited to banking, and they can also be used in other industries. Because remember, an organization that is not focusing on using technology will not be able to grow their bottom line and have a positive impact on society at the end of the day. Because if you do not provide me with the latest technological inventions, definitely someone will go to the next organization and get that service from there. And in addition, a customer will go to an organization where they'll get an exceptional customer experience, because the differentiator, other than technology, is what experience, what is the customer journey going to be like as I interact with you. So that is what will determine. And then in conclusion, excuse me. In conclusion, I think it's just a call to action for everyone present to ensure that they implement these various advancements in technology for the benefit of the enhancement and the benefit of the people that they interact with as organizations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Catherine, for the wonderful speech. Now, I would like to open the floor for a Q&A session with the speaker. So centric to the presentation and the speech, if there are any questions, feel free to clarify. Kindly use the chat box, or if you feel that you need to voice out and interact with Catherine, please go ahead and raise your hand. There is a raise hand feature on the Zoom platform. So if you could just opt for that, then sequentially, I can pick up the questions with the speaker and moderate. So the floor is open for a Q&A. Over to the audience. So you can either use the chat feature or just use a raise hand feature, and we'll take up the questions one by one with the speaker. All right, so Ms. Catherine, we have a chat from Michelle. So Michelle wants to know, to what extent do you think schools are equipping students to function effectively in a digitalized world? So, okay, is that the question for the speaker? Well, Michelle?
Yes, that's a question for the speaker. As she's in industry, I wanted to know her experience of new workforce, new young people coming into the industry. How equipped?
Perfect. All right. So Catherine, there you go. Michelle wants to know more about it. But yeah.
All right, thank you, Michelle, for that question. So basically, I think I've seen a new trend in the new people that we're having on board, and generally, like even the other industries. I think educational system has changed drastically, and it's really moving at a fast rate, because you find that they're indeed ensuring that most of these things that we've spoken about, they are actually being prepared for the future. So you find that even if someone is doing a business course now, there's the technology aspect of it. They're being prepared generally for this new industry 5.0. They'll have an experience of what AI is all about, what Internet of Things is all about, what it entails to have a digital transformation initiative, what it entails for them to ensure that they're always evolving and ensuring that there's enhanced learning. So there's that collaboration between the different stakeholders. Because if I use an example of some of the institutions here in Zambia, they've put deliberate efforts. There's also platforms where they have online training as deliberate, and even organizations as a whole are also playing that part, because you have online training platforms where you have maybe an internal learning academy where staff as a whole for continuous learning, because I think that is something we're passionate about. They have that platform to ensure that they are abreast of the new advancements generally. So yes, I think I do believe that the educational system is actually preparing people for the future. Thank you.
Right, Catherine, thank you for that. We have another question from Mahasuba. So she wants to know, how effective would be AI predictive analytics in education?
Okay, I think it's going to be effective. Of course, it will still need human intervention, because you cannot do away with the human aspect of it. I look at AI as something that is adding value. So it's something that we need to embrace, and it's continuously evolving. So you cannot sit back and say, we developed this 10 years ago for predictive analysis, analytics, and it will stay that way. It's always evolving. So yes, it is effective, but it requires continuous improvement. Thank you. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, so Maha, I hope that answered your question. That's the response from Catherine. She's responded to your question. And up next, we have from Basi. How will AI function combined with roles previously handled by humans without throwing people out of the job? Interesting. So that's from Basi.
Okay, so thank you for that. So I believe it will not throw out people, because for as long as the people are embracing the new technology, there are some tasks which, of course, which are mundane, which will require AI to handle that. But there's new tasks which are still being created. So I'll use an example. If today I'm a data entry clerk and AI comes into play and that is being done by technology, as a data entry clerk, I should ensure that I'm always learning new things, learning new technology. Definitely, there are new roles which are also being created, despite AI being there. So it's about continuous learning as well. Definitely, new roles are being created. I don't see a situation where human beings will solely be replaced by AI, because at the end of the day, AI is developed by human beings. So it's ever evolving. And so I'll just encourage everyone to just embrace continuous learning. Thank you.
All right. So up next from Rola. So Rola is from Jordan, and she asks that blockchain technology solution, can you please clarify how we ensure security in value chains?
Okay, thank you for that. So for blockchain technology, because it all speaks to security aspects in the way the architecture is. I may not go into detail because it's a bit technical, but it does away with human intervention. So in simple terms, those blocks which make up the processes are done by special algorithms. So it may not necessarily inhibit the security, actually enhances it.
Okay,
so
that's for Rula.
Yeah.
All right, so Rula, I hope it's clarified from Ms. Catherine's side. So up next, we have another question from Carmen. So his question is, how does literacy of customers affect the uptake of technology in banking?
Okay, thank you. So that's a very good question. I think that is something that banks are actually working on generally. I'll speak for Zambia, and I know even in other countries, this is something that is very, very critical. Because we find that for certain spaces, customers have been used to the traditional ways of doing things. So they'll only be able to embrace a new technology if they know what the benefits are. For instance, if I'm, say, 90 years old, I'm used to coming to the bank in person. But meanwhile, banks are moving away from brick and mortar because they're leveraging of technology and implementing the various digital channels. That customer will have to be shown what the benefit is. They'll be shown that, look, ma'am, look, sir, you do not have to leave your home to go to the bank. You can actually do this using, say, internet banking, or you can actually use this using USSD. So it's about continuously engaging customers and ensuring that you show them that whatever technology is available, it's actually secure, because I think security is one thing that is very, very critical. So you need to give them that comfort. And then there's also still the importance of also still having a human touch to it, because everything should not just solely automated, because there are some critical transactions where they'll still need to come to the bank and have that interaction with a staff physically, or maybe over the phone. So it's about continuous learning, communicating to customers, teaching them how notifying them before the new products are rolled out, showing them what the benefits are, training them on the various security measures. If it's using multi-factor of authentication, what does it mean? What technology advice do they need to have? So yeah, it's very, very critical in terms of educating the customers. It's a collective effort where all stakeholders have to ensure that they disseminate the correct information to the customer base. Thank you.
Right, so that was quite a good summary, Ms. Catherine. I think we have 3 more questions to go. And up next is from Mohammed Sadek. Mohammed wants to know, can AI play in addressing global challenges such as climate change or issue of poverty?
Yes, I believe it can play a role, because if you look at aspects of climate change, I think with some of the inventions that have come into play, we are able to predict, for instance, if there's going to be a drought. So what do countries need to do? For instance, you need to plant more trees, as an example. In terms of waste, you are able to tell how much carbon emissions are going out there in the environment, which are affecting the whole climate situation. So with predictive analytics and AI, I think you're able to tell what improvements need to be put into place. And if there's, for instance, a need for certain things to be stopped, that is possible with AI. And in terms of poverty alleviation as well, you're able to tell which sectors, for instance, need more attention, which locations need more attention. How is the economy working in that space, for instance, in those various locations, and it can help with poverty alleviation. Thank you.
Right, thanks for that, Ms. Catherine. And up next, we have El Kelly's question. So he says, thank you for the presentation in the first place. And then his question is about the prerequisites for implementing the digital transformation strategy. Of course, training is important, but more so is getting employees to accept these new technology, which brings us to change management and generally the organizational culture. So how to address this particular aspect? So he needs your suggestions or insights pertaining to this, implementing the digital transformation strategy.
Okay, thank you for that. So I think what is key really is to have senior leadership buy-in for driving any digital transformation initiative. It has to start from the top. Then there has to be communication. Open communication. You need to prepare your people. Tell them why you want to bring those digital transformations. Because I think oftentimes the worry is one would think that maybe if you implement this transformation agenda, my job will be replaced. So we need to answer the why. It's very, very critical, but it has to start from the top. Leadership buy-in, executive management buy-in, management buy-in, eventually to cascade to the lowest of the staff in the whole chain. Remember, everyone is important in the entire ecosystem in an institution, but it has to start from the top and they cascade that. Because for instance, if as a chief operating officer, I come up with an initiative and I do not have my executive management support, chances are that that will not fly. It will not be able to be implemented, because the people who will be involved in the process do not even understand. So communication is important and leadership is important to ensure that they fully understand the why. Thank you.
All right, thanks for that, Ms. Catherine. And we have up next Mr. Roy. And Roy's question is, before that he says, thank you for the presentation. And the question is, I'd like to ask, what are the key challenges that the banking sector faces when implementing AI-driven solutions in areas traditionally managed by humans, and how are these challenges being addressed to ensure seamless integration and customer trust?
Sorry, I didn't get that. Please repeat the question.
Okay, so the question is, he'd like to know the key challenges that the banking sector faces when implementing AI-driven solutions in areas which is traditionally managed by human beings. So bringing in AI in replacement to traditionally managed human-based activities. So what are the key challenges which you try to face? And integrating this with AI, how seamlessly can you carry this forward and also establish the trust from the customers while doing this process? So quite exhaustive question, which has multiple questions.
Yeah, okay. So some of the challenges, I think, is if you do not follow a proper change management process in terms of preparing the people to appreciate the technology. Because I think from my own experience, what I see is if the people do not have the requisite skills, they will not feel comfortable with embracing that new AI technology. You need to also assure them that with this, for instance, if we implement this new technology, these are the benefits which you are going to have. For instance, it will reduce the cost that we incur. You are going to have work-life balance, as an example. And some of the things, I don't know whether I've captured the last part of it. Yeah. So some of the things it's all about, I think, communication and ensuring that you are skilling the people and assuring them that they won't be replaced. So they have to just continue upskilling. I think I've left out part of the question though.
All right, so to help you with that, the last conclusion was, while integrating these challenges, like how would you address these challenges in short?
Okay, so how you address these challenges basically is ensuring that you also have the right tools for them to ensure that the integration is done appropriately. You have the right infrastructure, because I think it can be quite frustrating if you're expecting some of these things to be implemented, but you don't give the people the right tools to do the implementation. You don't give them the right training. You don't give them the required support. So you have to be there supporting them and having to be with the people on ground to do that the implementation is done seamlessly.
Right.
Okay.
So before I pick up the next chat question, we have Dr. Azim who's raised the hand. So Dr. Azim, would you like to pose a question to Ms. Catherine?
Yes, Maria, thank you very much. And thank you, Catherine, for your insightful discussions. And my question is just addition to ongoing discussion. It is regarding the preparedness of the implementation. There's no doubt that transformation is happening nowadays. One aspect, other friends, they have already picked up, which is the human preparedness. But my question is going towards those areas in African region or the region where you are operating, where especially the remote communities, where the infrastructure is not available. So how we can address that challenge?
In terms of implementing AI?
Exactly, in terms of digital transformation in the banking sector.
Okay, so basically, I think it's about working with some of these. So for instance, if I use the location where I am, banks may not necessarily be present in all these remote locations because of issues relating to infrastructure. So for instance, we make use of partnerships with mobile network operators, because as an example, mobile network operators, we have 3 currently, and there's a 4th one which has just come up actually, which is just in the foundation stage. They have a bigger customer base. And so we tap into that. And because someone may not necessarily have access to things like internet connectivity, but definitely they'll have a feature phone. So through those feature phones, they're able to get the required information. We send out information to them through SMSs, and they're able to get them. There's also aspects of doing sensitizations where we have people going out into those remote areas, educating people on the aspect of the new technological trends. Of course, yes, they may not fully appreciate it because they don't even know in some places what internet is. But it's a gradual process which may not be implemented in the immediate, but it's a gradual process. And I would like to mention that for Zambia, I think we are very blessed in that even the government of the day is very, very passionate about ensuring that AI is something that is embraced across the country and is fully utilized. So it's a step-by-step process. It's not something that can be achieved immediately where we say, all the provinces in the country will have this knowledge. But because if I look at even the use of mobile phones, it's not everywhere where they have access, but at least we've started with the feature phones before we even move on to the smartphones. So I think one of the challenges which especially countries in Africa face is connectivity challenges. I think that is an area which is very critical for any digital transformation agenda. So like I mentioned, governments are now working on ensuring that they put infrastructure in place, even in these remote areas. For instance, they'll have access to these towers, which will enable that they have connectivity, for instance. So in a nutshell, I think that is what is my take on that.
And Catherine, thank you very much. In fact, my intention was behind this question that there are communities around the world, not specifically in the African countries. We call it they're unbanked. They never exposed to bank, or they don't like to do the transaction through banks. So this digital transformation, obviously, it is going to increase the scope of banking operations and banking activities from users' perspective as well as from the bank perspective. And this infrastructure, of course, it is playing an important role. It is not only the connectivity, it is also some the fixed infrastructures. For example, availability of ATM machines, and if it is cloud-based, then what type of applications, the equipment in the hands of the users. So my question is actually towards that. So do you think we need more than the banks? We have to go beyond the banks. There should be the combined or integrated efforts from the government level, from the banks itself, and from the community in that region in order to address this issue.
Okay, yes, you are very correct. It's actually a collective effort. It's an integrated effort. So like I earlier alluded to, for me, I look at it as a triangle. It starts from the government. If the government has a back buy-in, it will cascade to everyone else. And then if banks, because banks definitely cannot do it alone. Because remember we said most of these locations don't even have physical banking infrastructure. So banks cannot do it alone. You have to partner with other entities which are present. You have to partner with non-governmental organizations who actually have an interest in ensuring that they alleviate poverty. So it's a collective effort. It's not something that can be done by banks alone. So for instance, you have partnerships where you have people being sensitized about their areas, and they're told about why they should not keep money in their houses. They're told about these new improvements in terms of why it's important to have financial literacy, why it's important to save. So it's a collective effort if we have to do where we are in terms of financial inclusion, because some have never even heard of that, but they have access to a phone. So what is that phone able to do? But they need to be sensitized. They need to be educated on financial literacy. And it's not something that is just specific to a bank. It's a collective effort. So it starts at household level. Am I educating the people in my household? Am I educating the people in my organization? Am I educating people when I have social gatherings? So this is a conversation which should be done continuously in terms of what financial literacy is. I think we are slowly getting there, definitely, generally, not just limited to Africa, but even in other locations, because I think everyone is very passionate about financial inclusion worldwide, because that also plays a key role in terms of the economy if everyone is financially included. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine, for your comprehensive explanation. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Azim, for wonderfully articulating the questions back to back. And thank you, Ms. Catherine, for patiently responding. We do have a couple of more questions, but before that, even I have a question from my side. I think in one of your presentations, you had just mentioned on RPA, which is robotic process automation, all right? So especially I'm much more interested to understand in the context of accounting reconciliation, because we're talking about the banking sector here, right? So how can RPA enhance accuracy and efficiency? And if most of the cases it does, if that would be a possible answer, I'm just making it even more simpler to you. What do you think are the best practices for implementing RPA in this particular area of accounting reconciliation? Because integration of RPA has to be quite seamless, right? Especially in financial systems. So I'd like to more understand what could be the best practices in integrating RPA into the accounting reconciliations. What's your stand on that, centric to the banking sector?
Okay, so basically, I think what is key in that one is you need to have, first of all, understanding on how the different general ledgers work, for instance. What data is coming in and what is the source? So you need to, I mean, not fully explain the technical aspect of it, but the data is very, very key in it. So if from the manual process, you have, say, one person doing the pulling of the different fields from the accounting ledgers, you have another person maybe settling those transactions. The two have to be aligned. There has to be a proper mapping in terms of from the back end of how those transactions will be moving for the auto reconciliation to be effective. So it's all about, I think, the data and understanding the proper process in terms of process mapping. How is the transaction flow? That is what would determine how effective the RPA will be. Because if I say this entry is supposed to go, this entry A coming from this book, it goes into book B, and I don't do that proper mapping, definitely the RPA will not be effective because there's no proper coordination, so to speak, between the two. So it has to start from the data, cleaning up the data and then understanding how the process works for that automation to be seamless for reconciliation.
All right, I second that as well. Thank you, Ms. Catherine, for clarifying. And Rosa has another question here. I know it's like back-to-back questions coming in. You're patiently responding.
No, it's actually very, very good.
But then this is a thought-provoking topic indeed, you know.
Yeah, it is.
You know, condense it and wrap it up, but then a couple of more questions to pick it up, and then we'll call it a wrap. So we have Rosa up next, who's posted on chat, implementing advanced technologies are most of the time characterized by facing challenges from misalignment of policies and regulations. And also, she quotes that, Rosa quotes that authorities taking long to revise policies and regulations. So how in Zambia you're dealing with such scenarios?
Okay, so thank you. I think for Zambia, I'm actually proud that our regulator, I think, is very, very ahead of the game in terms of embracing this. Because like I mentioned earlier, I think it's not just looking at the private sector. So the whole country is trying to work towards a common goal. And in terms of ensuring that, because if we speak of digital transformation, there are different factors that come into play. Yes, it may look like they're taking long, but then you have to look at the cybersecurity aspect of it. So before any bank implements some of these things, there's the compliance aspect of things. Because compliance is very, very key before you implement any of these initiatives. There's issues relating to data protection. Is the bank adhering to that? So the regulator is playing a key role remember, they are regulating the industry, because any mishap in that regulation will affect not just that institution, it will affect the entire economy. So for instance, if to affect the entire country rating, you find that investors may not want to come to Zambia because they have the perception that if you want to invest in a particular space, your business may not thrive. So back to the aspect of regulators taking on, I think for Zambia, I think it's good that even the regulators are actually driving this digital transformation from their end. The expectation is, for instance, banks should have 24-hour availability of the digital platforms. So they're also regulating and ensuring that there's also compliance. So everyone is aligned, so to speak. And for us, it's not really a challenge. The only challenge may come in when I look at the cost of implementation of most of these digital transformation initiatives. It doesn't come at a low cost. It's very, very expensive. So the idea is whatever you come up with, benefit realization is key. How long would it take for you to reap the benefits post those implementations? So I think what comes into play now is if the regulator is aligned, everyone comes to play at the same stage. And for Zambia, I'll use Zambia as an example, we have different committees which banks are members of, like at different levels depending on the category. So you have an association where CEOs are members of, you have an association where COOs, our members who are heads of compliance. So even before something is implemented, stakeholders are engaged. You give the regulator feedback, so they will know this is what, if they have an initiative that they want to implement, they'll carry all stakeholders in the banking sector along, and we'll be able to provide our strategic input on how the best practice should be, on what can we do, what policies should be put in place to ensure that most of those concerns, as they relate to regulatory compliance, are addressed and they are even before you do those implementations. Thank you.
All right, Catherine, thank you so much. And I'm not going to stress much on questions. Michael in the chat and Samara in the chat, I'm so sorry I can't be taking up your question at this point because we are running out of time. And the slot allocated to Ms. Catherine's keynote speech has been extended. And please take up your questions with Ms. Catherine on her LinkedIn page. And we really appreciate each and every attendees who are actively contributing in the chat pertaining to this particular topic. And Ms. Catherine, once again, thank you for your time and expertise in sharing your ideology towards the prescribed theme. We really appreciate your presence and making the first keynote speech more interactive and thought-provoking. So thank you so much, Ms. Catherine, for sharing your thoughts and insights with us. So with that note, for all the attendees now, I would like to give in some instructions. So, yes, Ms. Catherine.
Oh, no, I was saying thank you.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. So for the attendees, a quick note on your research paper presentations. So this is the moment which you were all been waiting for. So quick instructions on this. I'm certain, looking at the chats, there are certain attendees who need a lot more instructions on how to join the breakout room. So allow us some time before I could just give in some instructions and then come back to you all. So ensure that at 11:45 a.m. GST, which is the Gulf Standard Time, you are all being reported, because that is the time when we would be kickstarting the research paper presentations. So please ensure that within that time you all get into the breakout room. We'll definitely give the instructions on how and what are the possibilities you have to access this function. So please take a note, 11:45 a.m. That is the schedule. As per GST, your presentation would begin in the prescribed breakout room. Additionally, you've all been granted the access to move freely between the breakout rooms. So just in case a particular theme or title of research paper presentation interests you all, please ensure that you could attend the same. So you have been given the access of all the breakout rooms. So you have the liberty to move around, but please ensure in the allocated slot, you are present in the prescribed breakout room given to you. And there would be the session chair in every breakout room. So this session chair is going to give you the insights on how the session is going to be undertaken, including the specifications of the timeline they would be providing. So please ensure to report before 11:45 a.m. Gulf Standard Time. And also at 12:45 p.m. Gulf Standard Time, which is 1 hour after the scheduled commencement of your research presentation, we request all the attendees to rejoin into the main lobby, where we have 2 more outstanding keynote speeches. Followed by that, we will also be undertaking a panel discussion, which would be moderated. And we have 5 panelists, industry panelists as well. So do not miss out on that section. And 2 more keynote speeches, which would commence at 12:45 p.m. Gulf Standard Time. So 1 hour from 11:45 to 12:45 is allocated for your presentation. So please check the schedule. The schedule is given to you handy via email. So that is a conference plan which was shared by Dr. Azim to you all. And also you can check on our website the schedule and the allocated room for you all. So 11:45, within that, ensure to join the breakout room. 12:45 p.m. Gulf Standard Time, ensure to rejoin in the main lobby for the outstanding keynote speeches and also the panel discussion and closing ceremony. The closing ceremony also will have the awardees and recipients of the research paper presentation. So please do not miss out that segment as well. So the link for the live stream, which happens in the main lobby, is being shared as well. For your information, if you could see the screen, thank you, Dr. Ravi, for sharing the screen. So the paper presentation breakout slots are being provided. So based on the themes, we have 3 themes, like you all know. So based on the themes, we have allocated the slot and the room number. So let me take an example here. Theme 1, breakout room 1, on sustainable practices. We have session chair, Dr. Rekha, and there are slots given to you along with the code of your presentation. So please check the code. If you're not certain about the code, please check your inbox on the Gmail account. The research chair would have shared the code with you all. So check the code and the slot given to you. Please ensure that you're present in the breakout room during the assigned slot. And for your information, you lose the slot, you're not going to get another chance. So session chairs are very particular on the schedule as well, because we have a lineup of other presenters waiting for their slot. So ensure that during the slot, you present in the breakout room. Post that, you're free to move around based on the topic or theme that interests you. So any question for us, you can just ask. And Maha and the rest of you all, for those who could not see the breakout room access, that is what Dr. Ravi is trying to mention as well. Please check if you have signed in to your Zoom account rather than just, logging in as a guest. So if you have logged in as a guest, you may not be in a position to view this breakout room. So ensure that you sign in and then try to log in through this particular Zoom account. And for your information, there is a ribbon which is stated as more, right? In that particular ribbon, you would be able to identify the icon, right? So please click on the more button, which 3 dots in it. The moment you click on that, you will have a lineup of other tabs. The 3rd tab says breakout rooms. Okay, so click on that, and there you'll be able to see room 1, 2, 3, the lineup. And based on the slot given to you, please join that particular room. If you have further doubts, free feel to ask, we'll guide you. And for the rest of you all who has the access for the breakout room, please quickly switch to your given schedule right away. Do not wait in the main lobby. We can guide you on this. If you could just post in chat. And for the rest of you all who could access the breakout room, please do not stay here. Join the breakout room, as the schedule of presentation would begin in 10 minutes from now. So ensure to not stagnate in the main lobby. Please get into the allocated room. The list is already being projected on the screen. Rosa, yes. So there is a breakout room tab. Probably I can just share it with you.
As you mentioned, Maria, it is at the more, they press the more, 3 dots.
Yeah. So I've just posted on chat, Rosa. This is for you. So please look at that image. So there are 3 dots which says more. Click on that. The moment you click on that, there would be tab appearing like captions, post, stop recording, breakout room. So probably the second option is not available in your screen. Captions, breakout room. So click on the breakout room. The moment you click, you would get the view of all the breakout rooms opened.
I just received a notice that I'm registered as a guest, but I thought I registered with my own account.
So can you log out and log in again, doing that once again?
Okay, because I've been seeing captions, but now they're no longer there. Let me try again.
All right, Rosa.
Hi, Maria.
Yes.
The same thing, I logged out and I logged in, but I'm still, when I click the three dots, I'm still not able to see the breakout rooms. I have mute my audio, stop video, blur my background, but I'm still not able to.
Did you log in as guest?
I logged in with my name, I think. I don't know. I mean.
Okay, so do you have a Zoom account? If you have a Zoom account, just try logging in using your email ID and the password so that you could just log in as a user of Zoom rather than a guest. Because the general observation when we did a dry run, so this is how it was. So if you log in as a guest, the option of breakout room will not appear. So just try to log out and log in again as in using a username and password. So you'll be able to get
as
that.
far as I know, that's what I did. I used
You
my
did? Okay.
Yeah.
So I can also share this tab.
Okay.
So if not the more option, just check the ribbon. The lower level of the ribbon should have the breakout room icon. At least that should be present.
So sorry, the ribbon, where is it? Because the tab, like the more part
I
doesn't show.
posted the image on the chat already.
Okay,
If it's not the more icon, at least the ribbon which says breakout room with 4 panel in it. So at least that you should be able to click and that would guide you.
Okay, I got joined breakout room. Okay.
How?
Okay,
Perfect. All the best for presentation. That's good. Cool. So Gina is sorted with that. Great.
Michael speaking.
Yeah, Michael.
Yeah, please. Because I saw that there's 3 dots or something that didn't appear on my Zoom. So how will I be able to join the breakout room without those 3 dots that you just put on the line?
Michael, can you also check the lower ribbon on your screen?
Wait.
I have posted the second image on the chat. If you could just view the second image.
So, okay, 1 minute.
Yeah.
Oh, 1 minute, please. Okay, it's loading. Okay.
Yeah, so
okay, I will
you must
try
be
that
able
now.
to view. Yep. And for the rest of you all who I can still see in the main lobby, if the breakout room icon is visible to you, please join to the prescribed breakout room. Because we are already running out of time. I do not want you all to miss the schedule allocated to you. Ensure that you check the program schedule. And in accordance with the breakout room allocated to you, please join right away. You need not wait in the main lobby. I'm just trying to help out those people who are not able to access the breakout room. For those, the icon of breakout room, if it's visible, please click on it, choose the room allocated to you, and just join the room. The chairs of that particular theme would be waiting. So
I think I cannot find the breakout room, just the second one as well. Maybe, I don't know.
Are you using your laptop or desktop? Yes.
I'm using my laptop.
Okay. Did you try to log in using your Zoom ID and password, or did you join in as guest, Michael?
I have my name on it. I have a kind of a Zoom applications on my laptop for long that I haven't used it. So I just joined with change of names.
Okay, so probably you would have logged in as guest. Can you try to log out and log in like a user of Zoom ID, the normal how a user would do, like using a Gmail account registered with Zoom along with the password, then you should be able to view.
Okay, the password is going to be my own password, right?
Yes, that is your own password set into login for Zoom.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay then. Thank you.
Okay. And for the rest of the attendees, another announcement. Please join into the breakout room. You need not get stagnated in the main lobby. I'm just trying to reconnect and direct those people who have connectivity issues. For those of y'all who can view the breakout room, please click on that Your designated room number is being provided in the program schedule. So please refer to that. Click on the breakout room, join the room. You need not wait in the main lobby. The presentation would begin 5 minutes from now. So it's 11:45 a.m. Gulf Standard Time. We already are, yeah, it's 11:40 now. So you just have 5 more minutes. Judy, Joshua, Nancy.
Maria?
All.
Maria? Yeah, sorry to interrupt. So everyone, the rest of the presenters have joined the breakout rooms. See, when you open the breakout room icon, you have to scroll down and then you will see room 1, there will be a button join. Room 2, there will be a button join. Room 3, there will be a button join. So when you open on breakout rooms, please scroll down a little bit to see the join buttons and join your respective breakout rooms.
I have a question because I'm not able to join the rooms. Hello, Maria? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're audible. Please go ahead.
Yes. The question is, I decided to join room 4, and when I entered, they told me that I'm not registered in this room. So how can I find where I'm registered?
Do you have your paper ID?
I
may
don't,
know your name,
I'm not
please?
presenting, I'm just listening. Yani,
Oh,
or
you
I
can join. So please tell them after joining that you are just attending and you're not the presenter.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah, probably they had a misconception that you were presenting. So tell them
Oh.
you're attending.
Which room, Rola, you want to enter?
Room 4.
I want to enter room
Okay.
4, Dr. Azim.
Okay, I will be there. I will go there and I will let them know. Please join there.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so Joshua and Judy, are you around? And Rosa, any help from our end? Please let us know.
Hi, good morning.
Morning, Judy.
This is Judy. I would want to know, my presentation is B31, so I need to know which room to join. I've tried to join 8, and my name is not there.
Okay, can you mention the code, please, on the chat? That was
B31.
It's B91?
That 31, B31.
31, B31.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
Dr. Ravi, could you just help me in sharing the screen? We just need to figure out B31. Okay, that is room 8. You're right. You've been assigned B31. Yeah, it's at 12
I've tried to join, but it is.
Please join. Please join room 8. You've been given the second schedule. The slot is at 12 o'clock. It's going to be 17 minutes from now. So please join room 8.
Maria, I think Judith has gone to room 8.
Okay.
Yeah, let me just check.
Oh yeah, she's not around. Perfect.
Yeah, she's gone.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Dr. Ravi. And then we have Rosemole. Any help or assistance? We just have Peter, Carlis, and Nancy. Simon, do you need any assistance in joining breakout room? Because you just have 2 minutes. The session would begin in 2 minutes.
Peter, Masuzo, I understand even you both are presenting, right? Please let us know if you need assistance in helping us join or helping us, put you in your respective breakout rooms.
This is Masuzio. I need to get to room 5. So I don't know, how do I go about it to get to room 5?
Okay, Masuzo, I'm assigning you to room 5, okay?
Okay.
Peter, do you need any help? Carlos, are you presenting as well? Please let me know. I will put you in the respective breakout room. And to rest of the attendees in the main conference lobby, so now we will not have any specific event as such in the main lobby. If you want, you can go and join any of the breakout rooms to listen to the paper presentations. So as I'm sharing on the screen, from breakout room 1 to 8, we have paper presentations in the area of business management. 9, 10, 11, there are paper presentations in the area of education, and 12 and 13 is AI and tech. Yes, Dr. Azim, I'm checking on all the presenters, and if there is anyone still outside, I'm putting them in their respective breakout rooms.
The Mavish and Sana sent the message that they cannot record, so I think we have to go there to record. Let me go to those rooms and I will start recording.
Okay, Dr. Azim.
Hello.
Yes, Simon.
Yeah, hi Maria. I have been registered yesterday, and I paid 200 riyal or so, or actually dirhams.
As an attendee
But
or presenter?
as an
Simon?
attendee. As
Okay.
an attendee.
Which theme would you like to view? Can you just let me know the theme so that I can assign you to the room, Simon?
You can assign, but I cannot see the room, and I did not receive from you the link. I got it from my relative.
Oh, okay. So I'm just
I
gonna.
had attend, and I sent an email to somebody called Rav, R-A-V-E-E.
Okay.
Ravi.
No worries, Simon. I'm just gonna add you to the room. Okay, you'll just be moving as an attendee. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you.
But which one I should be?
I'm
Because I
doing it.
cannot see.
I'm doing it for you. Yeah, I'll just do it for you.
Because as of now, I cannot see any rooms.
Yeah, I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
choice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, Nadine.
Yeah, I think Sana and Mavish and Lavina cannot record. We have to make them the host.
Okay.
So this Sana Aves, Mavish Idris, and Dr. Lavina.
All right,
Sana
so
Aves is in room number 10. And Dr. Lavina is room number 9, and Mavish Idris room number 8.
all right. Before that, Nadine, are you here to present or attend the
She's
conference?
presenting. She's presenting.
Nadine, which room is assigned to you? If you could just let us know, I'll add you in the room because the presentations have begun already.
10.
10? Okay,
My
okay.
connection is going poor, sorry.
Oh, that's
I'm
okay.
doing my best.
I'm going to assign you to room 10, Nadine. No hassle.
Thank you.
I've shared you the link. Please join there. It'll pop out on your screen, room 10. Just join there.
Mm-hmm. So can I allow them to the host, or I think?
It's possible from your end, I'm just trying to look into the names.
Yeah, one is Sana Aves. Sana Sarmad is written, or Sana Aves, you can find it any name. Sana, room 10.
I suppose Hamad should do that because we are just co-hosts. Hamad?
Oh, wait, let me check with him.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Hamad,
yes.
the three
Yes.
names: Sana, room number 10, Mavish, room number 8, and Dr. Levina, room number 9. They need co-host permission to start recording.
Dr. Azim,
Yeah.
do you have Sahil's number or anyone's?
Sahil, I don't have. I have
Yeah,
WhatsApp.
I'll share it. I'll share it, Dr. Avi.
Okay,
Yeah,
done.
Maria sent you a message
Ahmad?
also regarding the latest participant.
Yeah.
Ahmad, done? Ahmad, have you allowed them? Should I inform them?
Yeah, I'm connecting to him. Just a moment.
Just confirm, and then I will tell them that they should start the recording.
Exeed College brings a unique proposition to executive education with students from more than 60 countries, and what we offer is affordable, accessible, and flexible education. Within higher education, we offer programs from the bachelor's to master's, right up to a doctorate level, in partnership with awarding bodies and universities from UK, Europe, US, and Malaysia. We have 3 different domains, mostly tech and AI, business management, and teacher education. Our classes are synchronous online, meaning they are live, interactive, and instructor-led, provided through virtual classroom. Our faculty pool consists of tenured academics who are academics with the right blend of professional and research expertise.
Our state-of-the-art LMS ensures that students from across the globe can engage in high-quality learning experiences. Our dedicated student engagement teams aims at fostering an inclusive learning environment and provides guidance, counseling, and pastoral support to enhance the learning journey of our students. To celebrate the success of our students from across the globe, we host graduation ceremonies in Dubai and across the world. It is a wonderful time where the entire college community, along with delegates from our partner universities, come together to celebrate the success of our students. The Exeed Multidisciplinary International Research Conference is hosted annually and focuses on the themes of business management, education, and technology. It provides an excellent knowledge-sharing platform for the entire academic community, including our students as well. We have an active alumni chapter and an Exeed Student Council that represents the entire student body. To celebrate the success and achievement of our students, we have quarterly awards that are given to the most deserving students across the different programs.
A comprehensive e-library is integrated into our learning management system, which consists of millions of books, journals, and peer-reviewed articles. We are disruptive innovators, and we were the first in the region to come up with gamified learning and other innovative pedagogical modules. Enterprising is one of our key strengths. Being in executive education, we offer opportunities to disseminate knowledge by conducting workshops, webinars, and sessions through leaders from around the globe. We have a comprehensive alumni network from all walks of life, and this opens up endless possibilities of networking through the virtual and on-site events that we organize in various countries. Through TalkX, our expert podcast series, we bring leaders from all walks of life to audiences from across the globe. As an executive education provider, our strength lies in pastoral support and in creating a network of professionals who are based in different domains from across the globe. With more than 4,000 students and 2,000 alumni from more than 60 countries, Exeed College is at the forefront of innovative, disruptive, executive EdTech education.
So what is ClickUp?
Joining us for this momentous winter graduation ceremony, Exeed class of 2023.
Today, I'm here graduating. It's an amazing feeling.
This is a wonderful path. Please go for it.
Exeed College is a footprint to your success.
And today, Exeed College creates history with the class of 2023. And I think we should put our hands together for this number, with students graduating from 53 different countries.
This symposium aims to provide a platform.
Our research journey began for a while now, established.
The evolution kept on occurring. The big thing over that time.
I would liberate giving you also real-life examples in terms of
If artificial intelligence has excellent capabilities,
that over the last
companies are trying to introduce.
a sustainable transformational approach.
It's really exciting to see.
These are certain points on which companies are working regularly.
The culture within their community that what they are taking in from the nature and bringing back.
We are all aware, and all research scholars are here.
Are we good to go? Thank you so much.
Option B, meeting the needs of the present.
Okay. And the fifth question to you. Okay.
Students watching video link.
Hi, Alvin. How may I help you?
Yes, I need to move to another room. Sorry.
Could you please tell me the room number so that I
12,
can
12.
assign you?
Yeah, I
12?
will be joining. Yeah.
All
Thank
right,
you.
so just in a minute, I would be assigning you. On your screen, there'd be a pop-up to join. So please click on that. It'll automatically get you there, okay?
Please, can you move me to room 4? Thank you.
Yes, Nadine. Sure.
Actually, Nadine went to the other room, so I just request her to go to room number 4. Because she has, it's a confusion between BM and ED codes.
Yes, exactly. I'm sorry for that.
No, it's okay, don't worry. Because Dr. Megashi just pointed out that they're waiting for BM11.
Dr. Azim, I've added Nadine to room 4. She's there.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. So after this now we have, there'll be just a moment, let me see the program.
So 12:45, we have 2 keynote speakers.
Yeah,
and
so back to back.
Panel and closing ceremony.
All right, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. We have an attendee here. Could you kindly rename? It says user 031563. May we know your name, please? Could you please switch on the camera or rename so that we can help you identify the presentation room, please? Could you kindly converse?
Hi, Ubochi. Do you need some help joining any breakout room?
Yeah, I had problem with my mic and video. So I have it on now. So I want to now join.
Okay, which breakout room you want to join?
Room 3.
Okay, 1 minute. Have you signed into Ubochi?
Yes, I have signed in before, but because of I'm supposed to be doing my presentation now, but because of my video and audio, I had to, they were not activating, so I had to leave.
But have you joined from the phone? Because I'm not able to see you in the breakout room option, or you might need to sign into Zoom.
Okay, let me leave fully and sign back.
Yes. And which is your breakout room? I will inform the session chair.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, Dr. Ravi.
Yeah, Ahmad?
We can also manually assign them to a breakout room.
Yes, I'm manually assigning a few people who are not able to join, but I think I cannot manually assign him because I think he has not signed in because I cannot see that option against his name. So I asked him to sign in again. Okay. Yeah, hi Ubochi, can you tell me which breakout room you want me to assign you to? Yeah, Ubochi, can you tell me which breakout room you want to go to? I will assign you.
2, 3.
3? Breakout
Yes,
room
please.
3? Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Dr. Azim, please see my message on WhatsApp.
Yeah, I'm working on that. I have the data and I'm just picking them.
a quick announcement, attendees. In a couple of breakout rooms, we have the last presentations happening. So once it is done, we would begin with the keynote speech. So until then, kindly request you all to wait, and thanks for your patience. Welcome back, attendees. We hope the paper presentations have been a valuable addition to your research domain. Thank you so much for your patience. And we have a few more attendees to join, but then we'll permit them to join at their convenience soon after the presentation and continue with the rest of the proceedings now. Up next, we are pleased to present our second speaker, Mr. Brian Charles. He's a distinguished CEO of Cox Limited, Mauritius, with a remarkable 27 years career in the food industry and logistics supply chain, specializing in seafood, agro-industry, and shipping. With extensive expertise in management, leadership, and business strategy, Mr. Charles has a strong emphasis on enhancing productivity, food processing, and international trade. As an MBA graduate, Oceanwise Seafood Ambassador, and associate training partner, he is deeply committed to excellence and sustainability in his field. His strategic partnerships with training providers, shipping, and logistics supply chain networks demonstrate his vast expertise and global impact within these industries. Mr. Charles' accomplishments have been recognized by the National Productivity and Competitiveness Council, which honored him with the prestigious title of Productivity Champion for Lean Management. This award cements his reputation as a visionary leader and a mentor for the next generation of professionals in the industry. His keynote speech is centric to challenges and sustainable solutions in mitigating the environmental impact of food processing waste. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Brian Charles. Over to you, Mr. Brian.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I hope you're enjoying your sessions, and I see everybody is very engaged this afternoon for those who are +4 GMT time, like me. So I'm glad to be here with you this afternoon to share my experience and all the way over 27 years of expertise in the food industry. So as Dr. Maria just introduced myself, so thank you, Dr. Maria, and thanks for all the organizers and the organizations as such and Exeed College for inviting me to be part of this wonderful family so that we may share together our experience for a better living tomorrow in this world. So without taking too much time, I know I have to condense myself and go faster as I can, but I will try to give you the maximum of what I can condense for you so that when you leave this session, you have something in hand where you need to start working on for sustainability of the environment in the food sector. So I will now share to you some slides, and we will go through together. So we will learn it together. Even myself, while I'm preparing something, I'm still learning because this field is a very vast field. And as we have a lot of technologies today in 2024, with a lot of research papers and informations and the climate change and everything. So we have new things pop in and come up so that we need to keep updated with this field. So now I will share my screen to you. All right. As you can see, the topic today will be mitigating the environmental impact of the food processing waste, challenges, and sustainability solutions. The sustainable solutions, when you talk about mitigating the environmental impact, when we talk about food processing waste, when we talk about challenges and sustainable solutions, we need to identify what are we talking to and address the issue to, and what is the content of this topic that we are talking today. But to address this, I have tried to condense it to a 5C. If you see your hand, you have 5 fingers, which is a 5 fingers approach. The 5 fingers approach will help us to remember what we are talking today. So we call it 5 fingers approach. A 5 fingers approach will be in 5 C's. So let's start with the introduction. I have bullet pointed these points in 8 different points for you, so easily to understand. So the food is the ultimate need of human life. I'm the first one concerned with the food from my own house and to yours and to all over the world. The management of the food resources has been very critical since the ancient time and to the present day. And the efficient and sustainable food management leads to lifelong benefits. And food impact health, economy, and also the environment. So addressing the challenges posed by food processing waste is essential for creating a sustainable future. and protecting our environment for our generations to come. Before we look at the solutions, let's see the point number one. When we are talking about food, we need to identify the contents. So what are the contents involved in the food waste industry? The number one is food itself. When we talk about food waste, it involves the content is food in itself. So the topic today is based on the content of the food waste, and the food itself is the first C, is the content. So let's have a look at the three main categories involved in the deterioration of the environment. So what are the three food categories involved in the deterioration of the environment? We'll have the vegetables, we have the meat sections, and also the seafood. The three main categories are the elements involved mostly in the food process waste. Let me give you quickly, based on the FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, around 14% of all fruits and vegetables produced globally are lost or wasted each year. On the animal meat waste, it's around 20% of meat produced globally is lost or wasted each year. It's huge. And on the seafood side, it's approximately 35% of global fish catches are lost or wasted each year. And these are often referred to the bycatch. You know, bycatch is when you're supposed to, you have a license to catch tuna, for example, at sea. When the trawler ship, they throw their nets to the sea and they catch a lot of other species. And we call these other species bycatch because they were not on purpose, you see? So, but these species also become a waste sometimes if they don't know how to reprocess or process these products. So the number two is the challenges. When we talk about the challenges can be defined by two factors, which are two different topics in themselves. We have the food loss and the food waste. So we know the food loss, anytime there is a decrease in the quantity or quality of food from production to retail, it is referred to as food loss. And for the food waste, is a term used to describe the loss of edible food at the point in the supply chain where it is normally consumed by consumers. I will show you a world statistical data based on the food loss and food waste. Maybe this will shock us. And as we can see, this data of the food waste around the world is per metric tons. Just to give you an idea, according to the FAO and the UN research, approximately 1.3 billion tons of food waste annually. It's very huge, 1.3 billion. And in terms of monetary value, the cost of food waste worldwide is estimated to be around $1 trillion USD per year. And mostly developed countries waste more food than developing countries. As you can see here, you have the Asian side also, which is very huge. For food loss, it's 327 million metric tons on food loss. And the food wastage on this side, 141 million metric ton waste. So this is very a great concern for our planet and our environment as such. Number 3 is the consequences. We don't have time to go in details with all the consequences, but I have condensed 4 segments of the consequences, which is very important for us to understand the impact on the environment. So our health is one of the main concerns. Improper disposal and management of food processing waste can lead to significant health risk. And the emission of greenhouse gas, food processing waste contributes to the emission of the greenhouse gas continually, and particularly the methane, which is released during the decomposition of organic waste in landfill. This is where we get more heat, more hot year after year, because this type of gas, it blocks the sun radiation to go up into the atmosphere to cool down again. So it used to act as a cover, and then it stay with us on this planet. That's why we get more heat, because it cannot be evaporated quickly. So this is the emission of the greenhouse gas. And we have the emission also of the carbon dioxide. The handling, transportation, and processing of food waste often involve in energy-intensive processes that result in the emission of carbon dioxide, CO2. And 4th, the ozone pollution. So certain processes in food waste management, such as the incineration of waste, can release volatile organic compound. We call them VOCs, VOCs, and the nitrogen oxide, NOx, into the atmosphere. And these also have a lot of impact on the reproduction of vegetables, reproduction of animals, and reproduction of the life cycle of the environment itself. So this point emphasizes the environmental and health consequences of food processing waste and underscore the importance of sustainable waste management practices. As we move on to the next and the 4th part, the causes. We need to analyze the factors related to the causes of the degradation and the deterioration of the impact on the environment of the food processing waste. So I have tried to condense it in 2 factors, which are the 2 main factors impacting this industry. So the farming, the foaming, and the feasting. We call this the process. This is the internal factors. When from the farm, and when it times to form the products, packaging and everything, and for the feasting, when people we are enjoying the food itself. So these are the internal factors which also have an impact on the causes of the damage to the environment. And the external factors is the producers, the processors, and the patrons. So we have seen the internal factors, the process, and now this concerns the people as such. People like the producers, the processors, people who are involved in the processing, and the patrons, those who consumes the products, the end products. So these are the causes that are related to such deterioration of the environment. So last point in the 5 fingers will be a corrective actions, which is a kind of sustainable solutions that we would like to see together which I have condensed in 7R methodology of the circular economy. So this 7R, maybe we can have more, but I try to keep it 7, the perfect figure. So we start working on these points so that we may see things moving and transformation happening into our countries and into our environment. So the number one is refuse. We need to refuse, businesses and individuals can refuse single-use plastics, excessive packaging, and non-essential items to reduce resource demand. And for reduce, we need also to minimize the resource consumption and waste. Practices like energy efficiency, water conservation, and lean production help save money and reduce environmental impact. And we need also to reduce the time we spend on energy to produce a small amount of products. This is where productivity gets in. Reuse, we promote and repeat use of products. Plastic bags and packing containers can be reused for another processes, or even we can reuse our own bags. For example, I have my own bags whenever I go to the shops and I take my bags home, and then later on I bring my bags and you know, instead of buying more bags or plastic bags or papers, you know, to have a lot of excess of wastage in the environment. So even when we go to the bazaar and on the market to buy fresh food or fresh products, it would be good if every one of us could bring our own containers and own bags. It will help to save the environment as such. And repair, fix food items to extend their shelf life. We can foster a culture by repacking items which are getting loose. You know, when we send products to the supermarkets or we sell products in the shops, so it's sometimes you have a lifespan of fresh food, for example. I will come to it on the repurpose. So it's part of the repair to fix such packaging. Sometimes it's damaged, but the product is not damaged. We can fix it and extend the shelf life as such. And recycle, implement effective recycling system, which is very important. So involving collection centers, public education on recycling, and collaboration with businesses to use recycled material in production processes and eventually. So even in the country, the government can put a lot, a different type of waste bin on the streets, colored and mark their purpose, so people can understand which color is defined for which type of waste. And 6, the rot. The compost organic waste to enrich soil can set up community composting program. So distribute compost bins and educate our citizens on composting benefits for agriculture and landscaping as such. Even if you have a backyard garden, you can use all your vegetables every day. You want to throw it away in the bin, just rot them and put like a compost organic, and then put it back to the soil, and it will help the soil to regenerate, and you have very nice end products from the soil. And finally, the repurpose. So the repurpose is very, very important, that we understand how we can repurpose our products. For example, we have a value value that we need or we can add to a fresh product. So normally a fresh product, it depends on the product itself. For meat, it can be if it's well packed, thermoforming, it can go up to 21 days. For the fish, it can go up to 9 days, 9 to 11. and for vegetables, 5 to 6. So what happened when we arrive closer to the expiry date or best before date? So it's another idea. We can repurpose them. So we take them from the fresh state, we repack them, we label them, we freeze them. When we freeze them, we get a longer shelf life where we could extend the span of the shelf life from, let's say, 1 week, 2 weeks, to a maximum of 2 years. And this has been proven. And this is one of the key points of the repurposing products in the food processing. So arriving at this stage, we have seen that the causes and the damage of food processing waste on the environment. But one thing I have not told you, that food processing also, this is another topic in itself. So food processing also has a lot of benefits for the environment. So we have a lot to talk about that, but it's another session in itself. But don't look down on food processing, but we try to understand how to fix problem into our environment and how to bring the sustainable solution based on what is happening now of food waste that are being discarded daily from our industries. So maybe you see Pele. You remember Pele. So Pele is one of the star of the football, right? But we are not talking about football, but Pele is a contextualization approach, which I have put it in 4 segments that we need to understand. When we talk about the approach, the sustainable solutions, we need to also understand the context of different countries. So you know this very well, the political context, which is very important. What is a government putting in place? What is a government policy on this sustainability, on the food processing waste? The economical context as such, the legal frame and the legal context also, and finally the environmental context, which need to, all these we need to take into consideration for any approach that we want to do and to bring our contributions. So let's recap quickly. We've seen the 5 fingers, the content, the challenges, the consequences, the causes, and the corrective actions, and the 5R methodology of a sustainable environment, which is the refuse, we reduce, we reuse, we repair, recycle, rot, and repurpose. So I hope you have time to catch up. It's a brief, because this topic needs more deep teaching so that we may go deeply, but it's just a whole glance. I try to compact everything for you so that you understand the whole pictures. So thank you very much, and hope you enjoy your sessions. So any comments, any questions, and any anything so you want to share, so you want to address? So I'll leave it to Dr. Maria. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Brian, for the insightful keynote speech. Really encouraging one indeed, I should say. Now, sustainability being a buzzword and introducing that topic in food processing and waste management as like a eureka moment. Before I could give the floor open for the attendees for a quick Q&A, I have a question myself. Now, given the growing concerns about environmental impact and let's say about resource efficiency, out of your experience, how do you think the advancement in food processing technology being leveraged, especially in enhancing sustainability in food and supply chain? Do you have any innovative strategies as such that has shown to be promising out of your experience in reducing the waste management and also hand in hand maintaining the food safety quality? Could you just tell the attendees about that? This out of your experience, I'm just curious to know.
Well, thank you. So in terms of resources, so I know that in my country, for example, the government has put in place a lot of grants to help businesses and food processing, mainly on the SMEs sectors, to help them since day one, to accompany them into managerial aspect of the food wastage, how to discard their food wastage, and also giving them incentive like food assessment, like the risk assessment on the food, HACCP, ISO, to put in place, and the government is giving a grant on that side. And we can say that the hotel industry also is a big industry for us in our context, as it causes also a lot of food waste and a lot of food loss as such also, but mostly on the food waste, because it's a 24 hours a day activities. So you go to the hotels, you see people ordering all inclusive, and then they take some bites, and then the plates stay full. So what you do with these products? So these product goes to the waste straightforward. So the government has put in place with the association of the I'm part also of the Mauritius Chefs Associations. So it put in place some strategies how to collect these food and to send them back to the field, to the yards where people can use them, like composting or even for animal food and canning and everything. So we have some, I can say, new coming technologies in the pipeline as such. But I know worldwide they have developed also from the oil producing, from the mechanic oil, they are trying to produce now electricity. Even in Mauritius, we have some test cases that they have done recently, and it works very, very good. So you don't throw away the mechanic side, don't throw away their oil, the bad oil. They try to, the engine oil can be used, even the cooking oil as such can be used to produce electricity.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for that value addition information. So one last question from the chat. I'm going to pick up, Brian, for you. That's from Faraldin Fatullah. So the question is, are there any successful case studies or examples of food processing companies that have effectively implemented waste reduction strategies?
Sorry, I couldn't hear well. Can you repeat?
Okay, the question is posted on chat. It says, are there any successful case studies or examples of food processing companies that have effectively implemented waste reduction strategies?
Sure. I will quote one company. You can go on the internet. It's open. Maybe later I can share the link to you. So there's a company which called Foodwise. Foodwise in Mauritius. It's an NGO. They did a very, very, very good initiatives. They collected a lot of food stuff from the stores, nearly for expiry. And recently, I know they have fight for it, and they won it from England and from the international organization to extend the shelf life by 6 months to 8 months, which for best before products, which can be done. So you can expand the shelf life and can be consumed. There's no risk for the health and can be also used in our homes. And this product can be sold to a cheaper price. And they collect all these products. And also these products are being used to repurpose. They repurpose the products, and sometimes they send it to orphanage. They send it to hospitals. They send it to other institutions where people are in need. So they collect all these kind of food stuff from the industry also. Even sometimes some food industry, they have stocks raw materials that they want to give away. They know that they will not be able maybe to use it because of discoloration or maybe some oxidation outside, but they just give it away. And so that people can, this organization can collect and repurpose the products and repack the products and to send it back to people for consumptions or to be used for other purposes.
Brilliant, thanks for that. And one last question, I'm going to wrap up with it in consideration of time. Attendees request you to connect Mr. Brian on LinkedIn for further interaction. And the question comes from Catherine. So Catherine says, what are the primary barriers to implement sustainable waste management practices in the food processing industry?
Very good question, Catherine. So I will be pleased to give you the barriers. But the barriers, we need to understand the context of the countries to countries. So, for example, we know from Mauritius to the SADC countries in Africa, we have a lot of trade agreements which can be implemented on both sides, even for mechanical, industrial, technological material that can be imported and used to implement such programs. So we are part of the COMESA. We are part of the European Union Convention. So there's a lot of countries which are connected. This is where the barriers are. There are no such big barriers. But we can say that part of the barriers is ourselves, the patrons, those who consumes, the consumers. We are sometimes barriers to the sustainability of the environment because people sometimes they don't want to follow, they don't want to abide by the rules, they don't want to understand what is happening today, they don't want to understand the climate change, they don't want to understand anything. So they just buy foods and throw the food away like this, Even the young generation. I have one at home, but I teach her every day. So it's a process. It's a process like an education. And I believe also, and I will come to it maybe later, that this topic should be addressed at school since day one. It's time to address it as a subject in itself so the kids may understand, because it's a kind of a culture, how they live it every day in their lives.
Thank you for beautifully articulating, Brian. And I think we'll have to call it a wrap with the speaker. So thank you for accepting our invitation and giving an insightful presentation and speech. And
thank you
I
very
think
much.
a couple of them have been posted on chat and appreciated about your presentation as well. So when you have time, you can just go through that, Brian. And thank you. And now I move on to inviting the next keynote speaker, who's going to be our final keynote speaker for today's conference, who's Dr. Laura Vallis. She is from Plymouth Marjan University, who currently works as Marjan Business Lead and Senior Lecturer. Dr. Laura's academic work focuses on lifestyle entrepreneurship, flexible working, and work-life balance, providing unique and valuable perspective to these areas. Her expertise are particularly relevant in the context of the lifestyle sports industry, where these themes are increasingly significant. Additionally, Dr. Laura Vallis examines diversity in entrepreneurship and inclusive practice, offering insights into how diverse and inclusive business environment can foster innovation and success. Her research examines how achieving a harmonious balance between professional ambitions and personal well-being can be made possible and practical, making her insights especially pertinent for those interested in innovative business practices and sustainable work-life integration. Dr. Laura's keynote revolves around entrepreneurship in the age of Industry 5.0, opportunities and challenges. Dear attendees, please join me in welcoming Dr. Laura Vallis.
Thank you very much, Maria. I will just share my presentation now. Give me one moment. There we go. Hopefully you can see my presentation. Great. Okay. So thank you, Maria, for that lovely introduction. And it's great to be here. Nice to see so many people at the conference today, and good afternoon. As Maria said, my name is Dr. Laura Wallace, and I am the Marjon Business Lead and Senior Lecturer at Plymouth Marjon University. And I was delighted to be invited to produce a keynote speech today for today's event, given the subject of the conference today. I'd just like to start by giving you a little bit of background into some of the work that I've done and how I'll be transferring that into the theme of the keynote address today. When I saw the opportunity to present on the theme of entrepreneurship within the age of Industry 5.0, this really spoke to me for a number of reasons, but predominantly through some of the more recent work that I've been doing, as Maria highlighted in my short bio there, around lifestyle enterprising, work-life balance, and what it means to work effectively within organisations and entrepreneurially when we're focusing on the person at the centre of that. And so the work that I have been doing has predominantly focused on this concept of lifestyle entrepreneurship, which I'll be talking about today, and starting by sort of unpicking in terms of what does this mean as a concept. The framing of the research that I've carried out so far on this has been within the lifestyle sports context. And again, I'll spend some time just indicating what this looks like and why this context was selected as an area to examine. I'm sure throughout today's conference there'll be lots of discussions around exactly what is Industry 5.0, what does it do, and what does it contribute. So I'm not going to spend lots of time on that. Instead, I'm going to pick up on some of the key themes in that area that I think relate to the area of research that I'm going to be talking about today. So for me, looking at the briefing from the European Commission on what Industry 5.0 will do to contribute to 4.0 and add to our existing kind of body of knowledge there. It's really interesting for me to see these points that situate themselves around reinforcing, firstly, the role and contribution of industry to society, and also placing the well-being of the worker at the centre of the production process. And that's the kind of spark that I saw when I was looking in this subject area. Formalising and supporting this use of new technology to provide that prosperity beyond jobs and growth while respecting the production limits of the planet. And we've also already so far today heard some really interesting concepts that sit around those sustainability issues and agendas that pertain to this as well. So those three key areas around sustainable, human-centric and resilient approaches to working seem to be those kind of macro level areas that are supporting the driving force behind 5.0. And for me, that human-centric point is the point that I want to hone in on today. So firstly, within organisations, we could ask ourselves, what does this look like? And one concept could be something called work hospitality, which I have to admit is a concept that I've only recently been made aware of, and was made aware of through some student work that I've been recently reading. So that was fantastic and really insightful for me. This notion of work hospitality indicates how workplaces can be made more hospitable for our workforce. How can we take some of the themes and understandings about what makes a good environment for our leisure time through the hospitality sector? How can we transfer those into the work environment to support our support as an individual working within those environments? Some of the literature tells us that this has been maybe a response to the COVID pandemic, where flexible working, suddenly having to work from home or work from different locations, meant that there was more emphasis or more opportunity to emphasize how we work, the environment within which we work, and allowing us to address what works for us as individuals. So understanding what supports us to be at our most creative, at our most innovative, whilst also supporting our work-life balance, was something that has fed into this concept. But today we're not here necessarily to talk about how this features within organizations. We want to look at it from the entrepreneurship lens. And so how does this feature for our entrepreneurs? Well, perhaps as a bit of a side consideration or a side comment here, I think this notion of how we support a more focused environment, a work environment that focuses in on the human and the human interaction, the work-life balance and the effective working environment. I think those things actually present themselves as a great entrepreneurial opportunity to how we respond to that. How do we respond to those creative practices of work hospitality, for example? How could employers be supported to achieve that? But that really is a bit of a digression from what, again, I want to talk about today. So I think this just indicates and highlights some of those broad areas, those broad themes that sit around this concept. As I say, we want to focus in on our entrepreneurs, those individuals who go about startup potentially by themselves or with others, who seek opportunity through their entrepreneurial skills and creativity. I want to focus in on a particular subset of entrepreneurs, as we could call them, called lifestyle entrepreneurs. Now, the concept of the lifestyle entrepreneur has been around for some time, certainly prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. It was something that I was researching prior to that time. But this notion has a lot of mixed review within the literature. So there are some writers within the field, some researchers in the field, who say that the lifestyle entrepreneur actually cannot exist. The concepts of lifestyle focus and enterprising credentials or enterprising opportunity just don't sit together. You cannot be focused on just your lifestyle and also have that enterprising flair. That's one notion. That isn't a notion I support as a researcher. I believe that the lifestyle entrepreneur can exist, and a lot of the work that I've done has been to examine where we see lifestyle enterprising occurring. So what is it then? Predominantly, lifestyle entrepreneurship can be defined as those entrepreneurs who do not have financial motivation as the predominant feature of their enterprising activity. They are much more focused on what lifestyle opportunities their enterprising activity can bring for them. So is that work-life balance? Is it time to spend with friends and family? Is it well-being centralized within themselves and those around them? Is it participation in other aspects of their lifestyle? And this is where the lifestyle sport aspect comes into play with my research. The image I've got on screen there is a typical, perhaps stereotypical view of what the lifestyle entrepreneur is, the person who is perhaps on a beach relaxing, but on their laptop actually working at the same time. So what then is this context that I've referred to as lifestyle sports, and why am I focusing in on this? Well, lifestyle sports have obviously a shared meaning with lifestyle entrepreneurs in the term of lifestyle, but the lifestyle sports context defines a group of sports that are, again, predominantly feature their participation, their creativity, and their sense of feeling and well-being centralized to their success factors, and not necessarily the competitive aspect that the sport might bring. These types of sports are typified through examples such as surfing, climbing, kayaking, They are also referred to within the literature as extreme sports or alternative sports. And we've seen a great body of research done on what does it mean to participate within these sports? What does it mean when these sports are transferred into more commercial settings? For example, the inclusion of surfing within the Olympics a few years ago. What did that mean for this denotation of surfing as a lifestyle sport? Did it change the ethos of the sport and those who participate within it? There was some great discussions there. But my work looks at entrepreneurs who are associated with the lifestyle sports context and trying to understand how can successful lifestyle entrepreneurship be enacted through participating in or contributing to this sport. The point that really surfaces here around how this links to Industry 5.0 again centers on well-being and purpose for those entrepreneurs. And certainly when I was conducting my study into this area, the thoughts around how and when and who works and for what purpose have even greater meaning today. And that was driven by the Mercer Global Talent Report. So looking at the ways in which we work, how we work, who we work with, and why are we working is coming to the surface. So through the work that I've done, looking at lifestyle entrepreneurs who work within the lifestyle sports setting, I identified a concept of two types of lifestyle entrepreneurs. The first being the engager entrepreneur and the second being the enabler. And there are some nuanced differences between these types of lifestyle entrepreneurs and how their work-life balance, their creativity, and their success factors can be driven. So for an engager entrepreneur, this group is typically those who run their businesses in a context or within an environment that is congruent with their chosen lifestyle sport or their lifestyle participation. This might be, for example, a climbing instructor who is actively participating in the sport of climbing while actively participating in their business activity. They, as part of their job description, they have to go out and climb and teach others how to climb. That is their business, and they are directly involved and participating within that sport. What I've found with those engager entrepreneurs is actually that they can sit on a range of different participation levels from active to passive, and that's according to their sort of job description. So we have those very active participants, those who are enacting the sport, as I've just described in that example. And we can see, as I say, a range following through to those who are active within the sport, perhaps in their social time, but their driving factors within their businesses are perhaps sat more removed from the active participation. So their passive involvement might come in the form of somebody who owns a surf retail business, for example, who are located right on the beach location, who spend their days within their shop environment retailing, but actually providing lots of knowledge transfer, lots of authentic experiences to those customers that they come into contact with, demonstrating their knowledge and ability through selling the right products, giving over information. And so they're still actively involved within the sport, but not actually physically participating. The enabler entrepreneurs are a group of lifestyle entrepreneurs who run a business that allows them to participate in their chosen lifestyle sport or activity. So the business and entrepreneurial endeavour is sat away from the sporting activity, completely removed. We have examples of individuals who run hospitality environments, who run online businesses, for example, more typically aligned with the view that we have traditionally of lifestyle entrepreneurs. In fact, those people who are working on a beach on their laptop, working for a more corporate environment perhaps, but actually, living their best life on the beach. For these entrepreneurs, the entrepreneurial pursuit is flexible and it has to be achievable. And there is a great support and network strength in the relationships they have to enable these two things to connect together. So what does this mean? Well, for the engager lifestyle entrepreneur, we're seeing, as Marchetti has talked about, several years ago now, individuals who own and operate businesses closely aligned with their personal values, those interests and those passions. They have that expert knowledge that I mentioned, which gives them credibility. And so we therefore see a cycle within this entrepreneurial endeavor. Trigar has talked about individuals of this nature being principled, being ideological, and commercially skewing, which I find really fantastic, because this really signposted me when I was doing my research in this area to look at why lifestyle entrepreneurship can exist as a concept. There is a fundamental understanding here that we don't want to just drive growth, drive financial performance at the expense of those lifestyle success factors that the entrepreneur is identifying. It gave them a specialist marketing cachet in Trigar's work, and the notion that actually by being a little bit less focused on the commercialization of what you're doing, and instead focusing in on the authentic experience that you can bring when you're aligning your products or your services with your customers, this actually gave them a bit of a marketing edge, according to Trigar's work. And I found that incredibly insightful as well. This group of entrepreneurs focuses in on something called the in-group. It creates a bit of a niche market where these individuals are serving in an authentic manner a group of customers who are responding to this type of business and service. So, for example, if you wanted to go out and buy a surfboard, you could go onto Amazon, you could go online, you could probably buy it from lots and lots of different locations without necessarily knowing who was selling it to you, and without seeking any advice on what you were purchasing, which is not great. Or you could go and visit one of my lifestyle entrepreneurs. You could get some advice on what you were looking for, the product that you were buying, where it was from, was it even made by that lifestyle entrepreneur themselves? And you could build a relationship there between the customer and the entrepreneur as well, imparting that knowledge, as I mentioned. The enabler lifestyle group, so those are enabler lifestyle entrepreneurs who run their businesses very separate to the endeavor that they're sort of seeking within their lifestyle, do actually see growth as a positive requirement, but there is a cap still. So there is a level of growth that has to be obtained, particularly for these entrepreneurs, where the business has to get to a state where it can contribute effectively to that entrepreneur's lifestyle. So it has to be earning them enough money. It has to perhaps be at a certain size where there are enough members of staff within that business for it to work a little bit more on its own, for that business owner, that entrepreneur, to be able to step away from the business and not feel like they have to be within the business all the time. And so therefore the business and its successfulness in those respects do allow them to then be able to go off and pursue their chosen lifestyle. And so these support networks that I mentioned earlier, those support systems, have to be central here to allow those cohesive work, life and sport balances to occur for this group of individuals. And so what does this mean then in the age of Industry 5.0 in terms of opportunities and barriers for these types of entrepreneurs moving forward? If we look at the drivers for lifestyle entrepreneurship through the lenses of the engager and the enabler profiles, we can start to see some opportunities that can be made here. So for the engager entrepreneur who is situated within those contexts, working and living within that area of interest, they place significant value on that expert knowledge that they possess, and they use that to supplement the value they create within their business. So that authority that they have, the credibility that they create within their businesses, allows them to supplement exactly what they're doing. For both the engager and the enabler, they are able to leverage those respective networks to support their activities. So whether that's the engager entrepreneur who builds that in-group, that niche environment through understanding and working with their customers and their other stakeholders, to leverage a better environment, or whether it's the enabler entrepreneur who is developing their business and getting it to a steady state where they feel they can then step away slightly and engage and enjoy that lifestyle aspect they're seeking. Works in both ways. So networks are very important in both areas. And for both the engager and enabler entrepreneurs, creating that flexible working environment, so allowing them to maintain that balance of both the working aspect, the lifestyle aspect, is a key driver for both. And then finally, this really interesting concept of time in the business versus on the business is something that is very predominant within the lifestyle entrepreneur literature. It's a very complex driver, and it offers different things for different entrepreneurs. So the engager entrepreneur value the ability to work in their business. They want to be enacting within the business. They want to be doing the climbing instruction. They want to be doing, selling the surfboard, giving the advice, actively participating or creating with fellow enthusiasts as their customer base is central to them. Enabler entrepreneurs value the time to step away from the role, so spending more time thinking strategically about the business, its objectives, and how it can move forward is something that we see more readily in this area. So those two areas, those nuanced differences between how the entrepreneurs can value time in and on the business, really speak to how Industry 5.0 is going to kind of move us forward in terms of how they can be supported, but in very different ways. When we think of some of the barriers or some of the challenges to how lifestyle entrepreneurship can kind of flourish within these settings, the financial perspective can't be ignored. So although the focus on finance is typically reduced as a lifestyle entrepreneur, I started this conversation by saying that to be a lifestyle entrepreneur, you don't focus on profit or growth. Well, it is still important. It requires careful management for business success. And we talk about success here in the broadest of terms without defining it specifically. Engager entrepreneurs might find that their uniqueness of approach to business challenge in terms of working within larger business systems is in itself challenging. So if they are commerce eschewing, as Trigal talks about, if they are not wanting to adapt, not wanting to take on technological advances, wanting to maintain that authentic experience, that can be challenging if they're looking for growth mechanisms that will support that lifestyle aspect that they're looking for. They don't want to get left behind because their lifestyle aspects can be compromised. So it is difficult for them. Some engager entrepreneurs also struggle to access business support that can be relevant and also aligned to the business goals and motivations. So typically the broader business support mechanisms that we see at political, governmental level, council level within the UK are really honing in on the economic contribution that organisations can make. What is the financial return these entrepreneurs are producing and supporting their communities with? And it's very difficult often for these types of entrepreneurs to demonstrate the contribution that they're making if it's not a financial one. And it is important, the cultural contribution quite often that these organisations can make, the sustainable contribution that these organisations can make is often overlooked. And these are just not mechanisms by which organisations are typically measured for business support. So that is challenging. Enabler entrepreneurs appear to struggle slightly less with this because they typically are running organisations which are more aligned to sort of those commercial aspects. And finally, technology. We can't ignore technology in all of this, and I mentioned it briefly a moment ago, but technology can support businesses and it allows our enabler entrepreneurs to maintain their role frequently. But for our engager entrepreneurs, it can present challenges in terms of their market position. So for our engager entrepreneur who's selling a surfboard, if they don't have a website and they don't have a range of stock, this can commercially be quite difficult for them. But again, goes into that kind of quite challenging conversation around what is it that they're trying to achieve and who is the market that they're trying to target. For some engagers, and this was a really interesting point that I found when I was doing my data collection, they actively reject the technology, and they find that this enhances their niche market appeal. So just like those commerce eschewing entrepreneurs that Trigar found actually created this niche market, these entrepreneurs who said, you know, I want my customers to walk into a shop. I don't want them to have good Wi-Fi. I don't want them to have good access to the internet to compare prices. I want them to come in and have an authentic experience with me. Was really interesting because it created this kind of niche market environment. So that was a bit of a run through of some of the work that I've done on lifestyle entrepreneurship. More than happy to take some questions on this, and really excited from a personal perspective about where this can go and how we can link more closely into some of the developments of Industry 5.0. Thank you ever so much for taking the time to listen, and more than happy to answer questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Laura, for the enriching, research-driven keynote speech. In fact, I could see the citations and it all cited with the research work you had undertaken. So glad to note, which was pretty much unique in comparison to other keynote speeches as well. So before I could pick up the questions from the audience, one question from my end, because I'm curious about it, something innovative as well. What sort of key strategies or principles, let's say, Laura would suggest if the aspiring lifestyle entrepreneurs in sport education need to follow, because they would have to merge their personal passions with business objectives as well. So if you could suggest, probably out of your research or your observations, some of the strategies and principles, especially for aspiring lifestyle entrepreneurship and education, sports education.
Yeah, no, that's a really great question, Maria. And some of the findings from the broader study that I did looked at how opportunity can be kind of leveraged in that respect. So I spoke to those entrepreneurs and I asked them, you know, how did you get into this? Where did you come from? What were you doing? And it was really a interesting story coming from individuals who were looking at their individual experiences. So taking a foundation of a knowledge base around, perhaps it was a key sport, were they already a particularly well-known figure within their industry because they were a participant of the sport, or for example, were they already doing really well in that respect, and actually did they want to then transfer that into some sort of brand awareness and brand strategy through themselves? So we definitely saw some examples of that happening, where they were transferring kind of that, the awareness of them as an individual, their success within the sports environment, and then how that was then being leveraged into, okay, let's run a business where I could then instruct you, and could you become as good as me, kind of thing. In terms of some of the other participants, we saw some real kind of step changes in career development. So some of the entrepreneurs, they were coming into lifestyle entrepreneurship mid-career, having done something very different, but there were life-changing circumstances that were meaning that perhaps they physically couldn't do a job anymore, or they had moved and they were presented with different opportunities. This is why I would say, for me, the concept of lifestyle entrepreneurship does exist, because for all of these entrepreneurs, they had the entrepreneurial interest and ability to seize an opportunity, to see something on the horizon and think, I could make a business opportunity out of that. So those were some of the observations that we saw.
Brilliant. Yeah, quite interesting, in fact. All right, there's one question from the chat from Catherine. So her question is, how can lifestyle entrepreneurs anticipate and adapt to changes in consumer expectations driven by Industry 5.0?
Yeah, I think I'm obviously an advocate for lifestyle entrepreneurs, having spent a lot of time talking to them, speaking with them, and there is what I would say is there's still definitely a very much a place for them within our communities. I think if we look at Industry 5.0, we look at the emphasis being placed on how we work, where we work, and our work-life balance and health of our employees. I think if we're then transferring that into a consumer perspective and we're looking at how we support organisations who are advocates of that, I think lifestyle entrepreneurship has a part to play in that as well. So here in the UK, Small business enterprise is very much a driving force within our economy, and so we have a lot of endeavours to try and ensure that consumers support our small businesses. And regionally, that plays out even stronger. So here in the southwest of England, we see that even more predominantly, and that encouragement to support those small businesses is quite strong.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for that. And we have another question from one of the attendees named Samuel. So, okay, firstly, compliments, great presentation, Dr. Laura. And theme is, okay, it says theme is seem select only 2 SWOT analysis concept on these entrepreneurship. So why not cover all 4 to be shown on gathering support? Okay, it's pertaining to SWOT. Why is there only 2 depiction and why not 4? So that's Samuel's question.
2 types of sports, or I'm not too clear on the question.
Yeah, even I feel quite uncertain. So he says only 2 SWOT. So was it part of the slide or presentation, Samuel? If you could be specific on the SWOT where you're trying to quote. Yes, Dr. Azim, you have a question or, yep, go ahead, please. Samuel, if you could clarify that would be great. We'll pick up your question after Dr. Azim's conversation.
Hi, Laura. Thank you very much for a great presentation. Laura, I have just a brief question. Entrepreneurial mindedness is no doubt it's very important and it is need of the time. How universities, higher education, especially in this virtual context, can contribute to this purpose? And how can we identify different types of entrepreneurs? For example, one of them is the lifestyle entrepreneurs.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Azim. That's a great question, and I think it's very important for us to acknowledge that entrepreneurship should not just be reserved for particular individuals. There is entrepreneurial opportunity out there for all of our HE students to undertake, and there are different activities that at Plymouth Mardon University we undertake to support every student from every different contextual background in terms of the subjects that they're studying, and their professional experiences. How can they come in and develop that kind of entrepreneurial excitement that they potentially have? The word even entrepreneur, something I struggled with within the research that I did was if I approached somebody and said I'm doing research on entrepreneurs, they would say, well, you don't want to talk to me, I'm not an entrepreneur, when in fact I thought that they were. So it's really trying to open up this discussion around what does entrepreneurship mean? Can we not simplify the terms, but make individuals aware that if you see an opportunity, if you are creative, if you can seize these key features that we might see within the traits and behaviours, and again that's obviously a very different conversation, but how can you leverage those to support your kind of direction of travel as a graduate? Is that working for yourself? Is that a freelancing career of some kind? We're very aware in the UK that is a very predominant feature of our kind of work environment in the future. So how do we support that? And also, how can you be entrepreneurial within organisations? We need entrepreneurial talent within organisations, particularly our large organisations, if we want them to grow and prosper as well. So how do you support those mechanisms? And I think that comes into the different transferable skills that we can support within our different programmes, not just business and enterprise programmes. In terms of the types of entrepreneurs that we see, again, for me personally, being a believer in different types of entrepreneurship, it's opening up those discussions, making individuals aware that you don't have to be just a typical entrepreneur who sits on Dragon's Den and is looking to make the millions. We are seeing this open up here in the UK anyway, with very strong advocates for social enterprise, moving into the sustainable enterprising space as well. And that's great to see.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you very much, Dr. Laura.
All right. I think Dr. Rake has raised her hand. She'd like to clarify on Samuel's questions, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think this is what the learner is trying to say because we've not received any responses yet. You covered majorly on the strengths and the opportunities of the system, but the learner wanted to say to highlight the other two factors of the SWOT analysis as well. So the learner is saying, why not complete SWOT, but just two factors of the SWOT analysis? I really hope, Samuel, I've done justice to your question. Yes, strengths and weaknesses of the analysis covering all the four aspects. So that's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
That's fine. I didn't mean to do it as a SWOT. That's why. Sorry. I think that was just the words I was using. I hope that perhaps I have in some of that identified some opportunities and some threats and some challenges potentially. But yeah, that was just me. I didn't mean to frame it in that way. Sorry.
All right. Thank you, Laura. Thank you so much for that. And thank you for considering our time and invite and for this research-driven, insightful speech. So up next, we'll move on to the next speaker. Yes. So I'm privileged to invite the final keynote speaker for today's conference, Mr. Miles Smith. He's currently the Associate Dean in the School of Education at Plymouth Marjan University, UK, who holds a strategic leadership role and actively contributes to various university activities beyond his primary responsibilities. He serves on the Plymouth Marjan Ethics Panel, Pedagogic Innovation Forum, Cape Knowledge and Exchange Group, and is chair of the Marjan Athena Swan Assessment. Mr. Smith has extensive experience in English language teaching and primary education and is a passionate advocate for co-constructed research with children and children's historical education. He has a fellowship in Advanced HE and is a member of several professional organizations, including the Historical Association, History Educators International Research Network, History Teacher Education Network, and co-convener of British Educational Research Association's History Special Interest Group. Mr. Smith's keynote speech is themed Ethics in Education Research with Children, Nuanced Practice in a Changing World. Please join me in welcoming our final keynote speaker, Mr. Miles Smith.
Good morning, Maria, and thank you very much for your introduction. And good morning, everybody. It's a real pleasure to be here today and to have some time to talk to you about some of the research work that I've been engaged in and some of the thinking around that in relation to educational research with children and in particular around ethical kind of considerations and matters. Maria, just on a technical matter, I'm going to do my best to share my screen, but actually, if you're able to, it would be much easier on my end, if that's okay. Is that okay with you,
yes,
Maria?
I'll go ahead with it, Miles. Yeah,
I'll just say next slide as and when, if that's okay. That's great. Colleagues, first of all, I didn't realize I feel a little bit like I'm in the Olympics today. And running home the anchor leg, as this is the last keynote speech. So hopefully I'll run this leg successfully. Your kind of engagement and questions and thoughts and kind of reflective comments will be absolutely appreciated greatly. So thanks very much. Could we go to the next slide, please, Maria? Thank you. So I'm going to be talking around the theme Teaching and Learning for a Changing World. And you can see there the title of my presentation is Ethics in Educational Research with Children, Nuanced Practice in a Changing World. And I'm just going to say a couple of things about this briefly, if that's okay. So first of all, ethics in educational research. So ethics is exceptionally important for educational researchers, and in terms of the integrity and value of the research that we undertake, and ensuring that the various matters that can affect children in particular and young people through educational research in relation to their mental health, their well-being, and ensuring there's kind of equity in the research for them as well. Ethics, I think, needs to be crucially considered in the research that we undertake. I've added the words in nuanced practice because I think we need to accept and recognize that we live and work in multiple complex contexts. There's complex interplay between local and global kind of factors and issues. And therefore, when we come to consider any aspect of educational research, it needs to be contextualized and recognized within its own locale. I guess this plays into a kind of an ontological and epistemological sort of position with regards to ethics and research as well. Our changing world, just briefly, the world is changing and it's complex and it's evolving in a rapid way, and there are very complex issues that we need to grapple with as human beings and as societies as we go forward into the future. We live during an age which is commonly referred to as the Anthropocene. There are complex geopolitical kind of issues and matters at stake. We live in a world of advanced and ever-changing technological development, including with rapid onset of AI. So for me, there are lots of overlapping and interlaced kind of matters when it comes to thinking about ethics with children. It's the world in which they live, it's the nature of the local context, it's the interplay with the global context, and it's absolutely keeping front and center the importance of children's well-being, their mental health, and having a stake, relevant and commensurate stake with their engagement in the research practice within the ethics processes and ethics thinking. Maria, could we go to the next slide, please? I've put quite a bit of text because I'm assuming these slides will be these slides. This is obviously being recorded, so please do come back to the slides if this is an area of interest to you. So you've got a little bit of time to reflect and digest some of the comments that are there. I do like to bullet point when I'm talking to students, but here today I've decided to just go for some slightly longer text. I'm going to talk to some of the points that I raise here, but in essence, this particular slide and the key points here are giving some context about how we see children and young people, and how children and young people and their role and maybe in both society, but also in a more specific and focused way in educational research has become much more kind of defined in recent years. And this is because of important sociological drivers that have repositioned children and young people in society. The crucial sort of framework that educational researchers with children generally operate in now is the framework established by the UNCRC and the articles within the UNCRC that pertain to the rights of children in order to express themselves in relation to matters that affect them. So that's Article 12, as you'll see there, and the right to freedom of expression, and that right to include the freedom to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas of all kinds. There is an internationally recognized framework that identifies and articulates how children and young people should and must be able to have a voice in matters that affect them. And I think as we look at our own individual context and settings and the kind of the national context in which we work, we might kind of question to what extent children and young people are given those opportunities to speak, to engage, to share and express their voice and opinions in matters relating to them. I know from my own background in primary education, where I worked in the primary sector for about a decade, that some of the opportunities to engage children and for children to participate could be seen as quite tokenistic or quite gestural. And so I think that it's incumbent upon educational researchers to create space and opportunity for children, as well as research practitioners, to do the same thing. So sociological research has, in recent years, in light of some of the evolving philosophical positions around how children are perceived and how children's how children's engagement is recognized as being increasingly important. Sociological research, therefore, which includes educational research, has evolved to take the lived experiences of children into greater account. And this increasingly is resulting in children becoming quite active as participants in their research, indeed as researchers themselves. And so that third point there about children being researchers themselves, they can be termed researchers in a number of different ways, from research assistants to co-researchers. There are a number of different terms that are being used. My most recent research over the last couple of years has involved children as co-researchers. So I'm going to be talking a little bit about this in due course. The reasons for, could we just go back one, please, Maria, just to finish off the last point? Thank you. The reasons for engaging with children are multiple or manifold, and include maybe moral or ethical reasons, but also pragmatic and critical reasons, as the point by Pollard et al. 1997 is made there. We think about children as an example. We think about children in schools as consumers of an educational experience. So to what extent should we be engaged as researchers or research practitioners in understanding what that experience looks like for children, how they're engaging with it, how it impacts on them, and what their overall experience is, and that will enable us to pragmatically and critically understand what that experience and drive forward change to enhance and improve that experience as well. There are some strong kind of epistemological foundations rooted in the constructivist kind of school of thought that warrant this approach to research as well, that sees children as active participants in research, that enables children's voices to come to life, to come to the fore, to make what is invisible visible, and to create that meaningful space and opportunity for them to share their knowledge, co-construct knowledge, and be a key part of transformation in practice. Could we go to the next slide, please, Mary? Thank you. I think it would be, if we see a world that's changing, and if we see a world in which children and young people are increasingly going to play a stake in research and play an active role in research, then there are significant implications for researchers and for research practitioners. Arguably, we currently operate in a system which is quite process driven and quite intent upon the objectification of the ethics process, and of ensuring that ethics is very controlled and kind of tight in some ways, that universities and researchers follow through a process which requires the researchers to discreetly identify the points at which there are ethical issues or matters in order to comply with regulations, protocols, or conventions of an institution or of a wider organization such as BIRA. This is very familiar to the context in which I work, where it's a standard process and is required at the outset of undertaking research. However, I would argue that this kind of bureaucratic process is insufficient in terms of researching with children. And as Alves et al. Point out, the bottom line of the second paragraph there, potentially this diminishes how research is constructed within a social context between social actors. So research for me, and I'll come to this point later, needs to be fluid, needs to be iterative, needs to be a dynamic process. Could we go to the next slide, please, Maria? Thank you. So there is an increasing volume of research that's being undertaken with children as active participants, but also by children and young people as collaborators in the research, as co-constructing the research. This research, because it engages with children and young people, presents us with arguably more complex ethical issues to consider. And certainly over the last couple of years, as I've been researching with groups of children as co-researchers, I've found that the research has been incredibly valuable. It's been a lot of fun, but it's also been very disruptive in terms of my thinking about ethics, in thinking about the detailed and minutiae, the detailed and nuanced way that I need to look at the minutiae of what's going on through those research processes. So I think there are going to be in coming years, and hopefully for myself as well as part of this, there'll be a turn in the ethics community towards a greater focus on the ethical implications for co-research with children by both researchers, but also by research practitioners. And we need to think about research practitioners as crucial to this. Those people who are at the chalk face, so to speak, working in schools and communities, who are looking to understand their context and their issues and wanting to work with children and young people within those contexts, and for them to have the integrity, the right sort of level of integrity and ethical sort of probity within the research that they're carrying out. The UKRI, so the UK Research Institute, suggests 10 specific issues when researching with children, which you can obviously read through here. We'll just go to the next slide because they're on the next slide also, Maria. Thank you. So what I'd like to do is, given the kind of limitation of time for the presentations today, is I'm going to look at a few of these kind of ethical issues in relation to the research project that I've been undertaking over the last couple of years, which is, I refer to it in brief as CHIRP. I like that to be quite a positive bird-like noise, and the kids tend to like that as well. But CHIRP stands for Children's History Education Research Project. This research project has a couple of different purposes. One of which is to understand the extent to which children are engaged and enjoy their learning of history in school. The other kind of key aspect of the research in terms of the history education is to understand to what extent children feel connected to the curriculum that they're experiencing. We know that there are quite complex issues around diversity and representation within the curriculum in the UK context. These have, are well documented now over the last 10 years or so. My interest is to what extent they find that the curriculum, which is arguably rooted in quite a nationalistic and unilinear narrative around British history, which is quite celebratory of the British kind of past, to what extent children with quite diverse backgrounds actually feel connected to that curriculum area. I'm engaging with children as part of this research, so children are involved in all aspects of the research, from the development of questions through to the design of the research tools and to data collection, to the analysis of the data, and to the dissemination of the research findings as well. So children are heavily involved in this research project. And I'd welcome an opportunity to talk to anybody about this in an informal way if they would like to at some point. The 3 points that I would like to look at and draw some examples from my research to discuss are the 3 points highlighted here. So children's potential vulnerability, the impact of power differentials, and children's expectations of the research as well. For me, these are all quite key issues. Could we go, please, Maria, to the next slide? I'd like to talk, therefore, initially. Thank you, Maria. I'd like to talk, therefore, initially about one of the girls in the research project, whose pseudonym is Layla. She's age 10. This just briefly gives an example of what was going on in this research project for Layla. So a willing volunteer, nobody was coerced. It was everything was done through appropriate consent processes with gatekeepers in the school, etc. So the children volunteered to engage in the research project. Layla, from the outset, seemed nervous. She was shy in our group meetings, and when she was asked questions, she became quite flustered. She seemed to find some of the tasks that we were doing as a group quite confusing. On a couple of occasions, she cried, and there was a lot of support that was needed for Layla, either from myself as the lead researcher or from accompanying staff who were present for this particular aspect of the project. I don't want to use this as an example to say this means X, Y, or Z. What I want to do is use this as an example to say this creates or raises questions, and questions are how we find criticality, or we develop a critical space. So for me, the questions that emerge from thinking about Layla's situation are around whether or not the research actually caused more harm than benefit. We know that research, educational research, or research should be creating greater benefit than bringing harm. So I think there is a question there. Second point here is the inevitability of emotion. To what extent is emotion inevitable when we're working with children? I think it is. I think it probably is inevitable. If so, how do we make sure that children are cognizant of the possible emotional ramifications of taking part in research when they do take part in research? The third point there is about inclusion through that selection process and mitigating exclusion as well is maybe a better way of putting that. So to what extent do we guard against saying to our gatekeepers, oh, for this project, we'd really like to have confident, capable children, those who are resilient and who are willing to be independent and do things, because the tradition, albeit a short tradition of co-research with children, perhaps suggests that middle-class children who are capable in kind of academic contexts are more likely to be engaging in this research. So to what extent do we guard against that? We want, from my perspective, we want the Laylas to be engaged. So I think this example raises questions about children's vulnerability and to what extent we manage that, to what extent we need to put in we need to pre-intervene, so to speak, as well. Could we go to the next slide, please, Maria? Thank you. So this next example is about power differentials. Everybody engaging in research will think about power differentials. What differential exists between myself as a researcher and the children? What exists between a sports scientist and a student or an athlete? We need to think about those power differentials. This example is about power existing and the interplay of that power between two boys, who are Steve and Jason. So Steve and Jason both both involved in a project that took place across most of an academic year. Very different people, different young boys. One arguably much more assertive, much more confident in his kind of ability and capacity to engage. So through the project, the boys had to make decisions as they worked together about how they wanted to disseminate or produce their findings at the conclusion of the research. Interestingly, they agreed that they wanted to do a film. It was very funny, I have to say, but they wanted to produce this and put this onto YouTube. This was discussed with parents, and in the end, it was agreed that the two boys couldn't post this online. In addition, one of the boys, Jason, had wanted to produce a separate report, but because of the time that was needed, and because of maybe arguably some of the pressure from Jason in the relationship to produce the film, Steve to produce the film, Jason didn't have time to produce the report in the end. So this again raises questions which I think need to be borne in mind critically by practitioners and researchers who are looking to undertake this sort of research with children. So questions such as, how do we manage and support and intervene in relationships between children? You know, so we're aware of power differentials between adults and children, or researchers and participants, but what about the participants themselves? We need to think about this more. And this has come through quite strongly as a salient point in my research. To what extent, when children are given agency within research projects, and this is a very, very complex matter, so we want to devolve power and agency to children. We want children to be agential, but to what extent is that power and autonomy bounded by various other limitations and deadlines within the wider research process? So again, I think that's something we need to consider here. And to what extent, linked to that, therefore, to what extent do we enable child-led activity and decision-making whilst also maintaining appropriate safeguards? So we want to safeguard children, and we think maybe this is the right thing to do, but at the same time, we want them to be able to have their own power and authority over a particular project. Could we go to the next slide, please, Maria? So this final point, just drawing on my research, is around the expectations of children in the research. So just briefly, two different groups from two different schools engaging in the same kind of training sessions for research with myself, and having the same messages, but when they returned for a subsequent session, the degree to which they'd engaged in research was totally different. So I had one group that was way ahead, had been very focused, had done their data collection, had started doing some analysis. Another group had done very little. So again, there's only so much that we can do when we're at arm's length to impact on how much is done in certain contexts. So questions I think raised here are, what are reasonable expectations in terms of children, in terms of the time and effort that they put in to the research? What should we, how do we manage that well? To what extent do other adults play a role in influencing engagement and participation? So I know that there was a teacher who potentially was influencing children in one of those groups. So to what extent has that really been factored in and taken account of? That also plays into the question around the space and the location of the research. Final question there is, what motivates the children to engage in the research fully as researchers? How do we ensure their buy-in and their full engagement? Maria, it's the last slide next, if that's okay. Thank you. Just to conclude, I hope this has raised some questions for you. If you are a researcher, if you're engaged with educational research with children or with young people, ethics for me should be at the heart of research we conduct with children. Ethics should be iterative. It should be systematic, critical, and articulated with the children as well. Process is crucial. So I don't want to appear as though bureaucratic process and administrative process is not essential. It is, but I think it needs to have an incredibly thorough and robust sort of scope. We need to try to preempt as many issues as possible and refine plans with ethics in mind. Lead researchers should be reflective throughout the process, which is what I think I've been, and hopefully I've given you a flavour of that reflexivity and reflection today as well. Maria, apologies, I might have run over, and thank you everybody for listening. I hope that was of value, and welcome questions if time.
First of all, thank you so much, Mr. Miles, for articulating the topic beautifully. In fact, the illustrations, it was so soothing to see and connect with the pointers you had mentioned as well. Apologies for skipping the Q&A session. I may have to skip the Q&A session on account of time. And we have the panel up next, but nevertheless, I'd like to thank Mr. Miles for his enlightening speech and the insights on the evolving landscape, especially on the topic based on the importance of ethical considerations as well in this field. Quite thought-provoking, I would say, and pretty crucial and critical as well. So thank you for breaking and wonderfully articulating this topic for us. And we transit to the next episode now. So thank you so much, Mr. Miles, for accepting our invite. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Maria.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Maria. Good evening, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Rajshri, Associate Head of MBA Program in Exeed College. A warm welcome to all of you to this segment, Visionary Voices, Shaping the Future of Education for Industry 5.0. Shaping the future of education for Industry 5.0 at this prestigious Exeed Multidisciplinary International Research Conference 2024 is a significant milestone in the ongoing dialogue between future of education and industry. In Visionary Voices, thought leaders, educators, industry experts, and innovators will share their insights and foresights on how education can adapt and lead in this transformative age. Join us in exploring the visionary path that will define the future of education in this rapidly evolving industrial landscape. Our panelist for today is Mr. Tabviran Hangwe Obort Motsi. Tabvi is a brand strategist, a creative director for the B-Shop Africa, and also consults for other organizations like the Kilimanjaro Project. Tabvi's work has been consistently focused on social impact, driving meaningful change, and fostering community engagement, and a novice author to his debutante book, 45 Lessons from My Father. Our other panelist is Mr. Fahim Muhammad. Mr. Fahim Muhammad is an accomplished educational leader with extensive experience in the UAE and the UK. Mr. Fahim has demonstrated significant impact by leading successful inspections, enhancing student outcomes, and creating transformative learning environments, emphasizing the importance of equipping students with the skills and knowledge necessary to thrive in an ever-evolving global landscape. Followed by Professor Dr. Robert Machera is currently working at Botho University in Botswana as Dean Faculty of Business and Accounting. He has been awarded a Golden Key International Honor Society membership certificate at postgraduate level, PhD, class of 2020 at the Northwest University. Followed by Mr. Christian Este Ojeda. Mr. Christian is a seasoned master mariner, possessing advanced degree, including a Master's of Philosophy in Applied Business Leadership and Management, a Master's of Business Administration, and Magister in Logistics and Operation. His professional career encompasses of roles like surveyor, port captain, and operations and business manager, and currently pursuing doctoral studies. Mr. Pradyumna is our other panelist, who is a dedicated finance professional with a strong passion for the convergence of finance and analytics. Mr. Pradyumna has significant expertise in financial planning, analysis, and various matrices. Pradyumna is also known for his ability to deliver business insights, strong analytical and core financial skills, and excellent interpersonal and communication skills. Now, we welcome all of you to this panel. Now, I would request Mr. Fahim to start off this panel discussion. Our first topic is on adapting to technological advances. I would like to ask you, Mr. Fahim, how do you foresee the integration of emerging technologies such as AI, VR, and AR in reshaping the landscape of education and training in education industry?
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to participate in this panel discussion. So to start off with, I think that technologies such as AI, VR, and AR are exciting new tools that educators can use to transform their teaching and support student learning. These technologies can provide students with more opportunities to not only learn independently, take ownership of their learning, and these new technologies provide teachers with more opportunities to be creative in their teaching methods as well. So I think there's a number of ways that they can transform the educational landscape. Firstly, you've got virtual teaching assistants like ChatGPT, Sana AI, OpenAI. They all provide students with opportunities to research and also to meet their learning needs, and also they provide them with instant feedback as well. You also have AI-powered adaptive learning platforms such as Dreambox and U-Turn. They provide students with personalized learning pathways, and also they support their learning needs as well. Secondly, VR can transform learning experiences by immersing students in virtual environments. So that works particularly well in subjects such as history and science. Lastly, AR can overlay digital information into the real world. So, for example, they enrich textbook content and provide interactive 3D models and animations. Saying that, these technologies can only reshape the landscape of education and training in the following ways. So, firstly, we need successful integration by making sure that training is up to date for both educators and for students. Secondly, we really need to review the current pedagogy and learning design as well, and consider how these technologies fit into current frameworks. Lastly, what I'd like to say is that AI provides us with data-driven insights and personalized learning pathways. However, AI doesn't always teach students critical thinking skills, problem solving, and application of knowledge to real life scenarios. So I think it's important that when we're looking at these new technologies, we think very carefully about how they link with traditional learning methods, and also making sure that those essential skills like critical thinking, real life application are also integrated as well. So those are my thoughts on that question.
Thank you, Fahim. That was, in fact, an immersive understanding with reference to the influences of technology. May I request, Christian, could you also share your point of view on adopting technological advances?
Yeah, sure. I can tell you one story. I mean, I was a professor in a university in Chile for simulators, chip simulators. And it's pretty much different when people that, I have classes, 35-year-olds up to 65-year-olds guys, captains that have been all their life. And when you put it in a simulator, you have different reactions. So if you put it in the worst case scenarios, people that had more experience and more knowledge mean they have better response. The decision making that when you put it in high risk situations is totally different for each person. And some people, they forget about the basic stuff, and to remind them basic principles, they come together to their mind. So what I'm trying to say, the simulation is very good for them. It's very good to try to act in a way that you're never going to have in reality, or hopefully not. That's
perfect.
Yes.
In fact, you so true. Simulatory, I get it from a training perspective of an organization, how important it is to reduce errors. The margin of errors completely goes down when there is a simulatory environment to learning. Same goes in education. I can open the floor for further questions if any of you would like to ask the panelists with reference to the role of technological advances in organizations and in education. Anyone from the audience, would you like to ask any questions to the panelists who just addressed on the above topic? Anyone from the panel as well, you guys can also go ahead and contribute. Dr. Robert, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, we have seen that artificial intelligence is actually, also dominating in the accounting field, where the processes that are automation, they are actually taken off from the human beings, and it makes life much easier and increases efficiency, in the accounting environment. So AI is helping, but what we are seeing is that we need now to change the thinking of the traditional accountant. So we need to think now in terms of the new skills that are emerging when we are using artificial intelligence. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. And let's go to the next theme, that is addressing skill gaps. Now, let me start off with Dr. Robert. Dr. Robert, what do you think? What are the strategies that you would recommend for educational institutions and industry leaders to collaborate effectively in addressing current and future skill gaps?
Thank you. That's a great question. This time around, we are seeing a high demand in regards to collaboration between industry and institutional of higher learning. They actually collaborate in terms of partnership, advisory board, where they actually discuss trends and contemporary issues that are happening in the education sector and as well as in the industry. They also collaborate in terms of develop industry relevant curriculum, because the industry, they know the skills that are needed currently and the future. And as well, we have seen high demand in terms of promoting internships, apprenticeships, so that the students, they are exposed to the world of work. And we have also seen that there is also implementation of continuing education and professional development, which is actually very, very important, and it links to lifelong learning. We have seen that industry and institutional institutions, they also collaborate and showcase their innovative ideas. And there is a mutual benefits between the industry and institutions of higher learning. We have seen also them collaborating on research opportunities. It can be grant proposals that they are writing, it can be publications, and so forth. And we have seen them also doing what we call skills audit, where they should audit the current skills and predict future skills, so that the curriculum will then build knowing what is expected in the industry. And they've also collaborated in terms of career fair and job placement, so that these graduates, when they complete their qualifications, it's easy to place them. And the last but not least is to encourage feedback and continuous improvement between industry and institutions of higher learning. If we do that, we'll see a well-talented pool of experts in the industry as well as in the academia. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Robert. Would any of you from the panel would like to follow up with Dr. Robert's comments? There is a message in the chat box. How can industry and institutions collaborate to close down the skill gaps? What kind of skills does the industry need, and how can institutions upgrade their curriculum to meet these needs? To me, it's easier said than done. Absolutely right. Who would like to? Fahim, it's over to you. Would you like to comment on this?
Hello. Yes, I can comment on this. So look, from my experience and in the UK, what happened maybe five years ago was that when they were looking at the curriculum and the curriculum design, you had universities, exam boards, and employers all working together. So I think in terms of partnerships, if you get that collaboration where you have all those three sectors working together, then you know that within schools and within educational institutions, students are being taught the right skills and the right people are involved. So I think you've got to have the right people in the room. You've got to make sure that the key people are working together. So having schools and teachers, having universities and employers all working together to design the curriculum, to design exams, then that will make sure that students are being taught the most up-to-date skills, the most up-to-date knowledge, and that will make sure that we are continuing to be up-to-date with knowledge and skills.
Great. Yes, Fahim. Another question that I have as an educator and a parent, do these collaborations happen before a curriculum is revised? And how often does this happen? Because I also agree that my children who are in their higher secondary school, how employable are they? They're just learning the basics of what the traditional education system is providing. And I would like to know, as a corporate, employee or a contributor, that how is this bridge gap in reality?
Is that question for me?
Yes, Fahim, yes to you.
Look, I think in terms of these collaborations, okay, yes, the exam boards do that, but often it's left up to individual schools. So I'm talking from my experience as a principal. Often it's left up to schools to develop those partnerships and links. So they develop the collaborations with universities. They develop these links themselves, and often that can be quite complicated because there's issues with timing, there's issues with developing partnerships, because there's so many different universities and employees out there. Each school has to choose what fits for them and their students and what their students' interests are. So I think there can be challenges there. So, for example, at Apple International School, we are working with a number of universities, and we've developed those partnerships and links ourselves based on students' needs. So we've looked at Dubai, we've looked at other partnerships across the world as well. And then we've looked at, okay, how does this fit in with our curriculum and our students' needs as well? So often it's left up to individual schools to do that themselves in terms of developing these partnerships and relationships with universities and employers. I think every single school, my thoughts would be that every single school should be doing that. They should be developing these networks with universities and employers, because ultimately that makes sure that you have an enriched curriculum which meets students' needs and also helps them with their progression as well to university and the world of work. So what I would say to you is that, yes, it happens, but I think there needs to be some sort of robust framework which requires all schools to make sure that they've got a strong network of partnerships with a range of universities and a range of employers as well.
Wow, thank you. Thank you, Fahim. In fact, I would like to add on to that with reference to transferable skills. Now, Exeed College, when we are delivering our MBA courses, our doctorate, specifically MBA, we do bank specifically on transferable skills. So we go beyond the content, we go beyond the context of the curriculum, and we teach the students how to take back templates and concepts back to their working environments. We have these strategies that we construct in class, and that is where I find there is a gap in school and in adult education, where we are giving such great discussions, such great inputs to the corporate environment. And it would be great if we could add that in a school level, where children can come up with templates, strategies, tactics, that I think is the gap that we find. Anyone else would like to contribute to this, or we move to the next question? We have a question here. We have two, in fact. What should be the role of professional bodies play in the development of curriculum between institutions and industries? I think that has been addressed by Fahim, a while ago. Michelle has another question. What would you consider to be the barriers in education that are responsible for the slow adaptation of emerging technologies in school? Oh my God. Okay. Anyone out there, please go ahead. You can answer this.
Hello, I can answer that one. So the barriers are, the barriers I would say are, number one, resources. So, for schools to implement the new technologies, you need the resources. So some are easy, so things like ChatGPT and things like that, those are all accessible. They're mostly free, but not always. So I think the schools have got to be able to allocate the resources firstly. Look at the tools that they're going to use and then allocate the resources. You need to make sure that the leadership of the school buys into the technologies as well, because often it's to do with the principal and the leadership team being aware, number one, being aware of what the new technologies are, and then having the vision of, this is how we are going to implement these new technologies within our school. So resources, having the vision, I think that is often a barrier where schools don't necessarily have the right people with the expertise to implement the vision. And then I think lastly, the strategy. What is your digital strategy for the school in terms of implementing these new technology? So I think those are often the barriers. So resources, the vision, and then having the expertise and the digital strategy in order to implement these new technologies within the schools.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Let's move to the next question. Promoting lifelong learning. In an era where continuous learning is crucial, how can organizations foster a culture of lifelong learning among their employees? And I would like Mr. Pradyumna to answer this, because he is an avid, he is a mentor in his organization, and I'm sure his inputs are going to add great value to this particular concept. Over to you, Pradyumna.
Hi, Rajshri. Thank you. Hope I'm audible, right? Okay, perfect. So thanks for the opportunity among these elite panelists. So I would firstly like to tell that fostering a learning environment in a corporate kind of an atmosphere mostly requires two important things. One is the attitude and one is the intent. So attitude is something which is very hard to groom. It is basically that kind of an individual which you bring into an organization and try to train him. And the second one is the intent. The intent is always to ensure that you have an employee. A happy employee is a good employee, kind of a thing. So a good employee is an efficient employee, and an efficient employee is a profitable asset to the company. So when we look at the way of doing the methodology, might be it might vary from organization to organization, wherein some people invest more on a structural training or encouraging employees to take up some courses or go for a higher education. But I would rather push employees who are already present in the organizations to have a more qualitative engagement and a qualitative learning. That is basically through having a lot more experience, wherein, basically to be a efficient or a successful employee in a corporate style, so you need two things. One, the knowledge, what you bring in from the educational institution or whatever your studies have been. The second one is the understanding of the business and the impact your role is making to the business. So this is something which an employee brings in. So I would rather have an employee who has the best attitude, a to-do attitude, who can learn a lot of things. Like while I was being on the call, I mean, in the meeting, and I was hearing to Dr. Laura, who was speaking about the entrepreneurship. So she was mentioning that a vocational entrepreneurship or entrepreneurship as a whole, basically there is a lot more skills which an educational institution cannot provide you. You have to learn things on the go. So learning is quite a lifelong kind of a skill which you need to have. Basically, there's a proverb also from the place where I come from, telling that you might complete your journey of life, but you'll never complete learning. So that having said, learning is a continuous kind of it's basically the attitude which one has to inculcate to ensure that there is a continuous learning, and you just see the benefit for yourself and the organization rather than see learning as one course or a certificate as a whole. It's mostly a skill. So this also covers the last two questions which you were mentioning about the skill gap bridging and the technology bridging, wherein, come on, when we finished our college or something, we never heard of what is ChatGPT and all that. But today you are forced to understand how a ChatGPT works so that you can make your work more efficient, more productive, more time bound, whatever it is. So that being the scenario, if you don't learn, you kind of become obsolete. So yeah, learning is the key to keep yourself updated and up to the mark.
This was really insightful, Pradyumna. Thank you. Anyone from the panel, would you like to add to what Pradyumna had just discussed?
Yes. Okay, thank you. Yes. Lifelong learning is perceived as continuous professional development. And I think there's a question where a participant talked about professional bodies. So in terms of professional bodies, all the employees, they should be affiliated to a certain professional body. If they're accountants, they should affiliate to accountants body. And if they are lawyers, they have their own, law society. If they are medical doctors, they also need to do that. Why? Because the skills are actually changing. The last speaker talked about changes and updating yourself. And we have done these, qualifications long back. So we need to continually develop them. So we also need to integrate learning into daily work. So if we do that, it promotes cross-functional projects that we have within our institution. Also promote mentorship and coaching. And we normally call it on-the-job training, where we're actually training those who are coming in. They are being trained by those who have been in the system for a long time. And then when we are doing the performance reports, performance management or appraisals, we will see some gaps, or we see someone performing very well. Let's put it as a pathway for promotion so that we can promote those who are working very hard. And then there's a gap, which we'll also see during performance appraisals. So then training can actually happen, like someone was talking about. And we normally call it micro-credentials these days, which is specific to a certain skill that we have identified. And last but not least, recognize and reward learning. We should reward those who are learning so that it motivates everyone wanting to learn and so forth. And that should be a culture that we need to inculcate in our organizations. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Really appreciate. Now, can we move to the next topic? Actually, this is very closer to my heart. It's future-proofing education. Now, how can an education system be designed to be flexible and adaptive to the changes and uncertainties that is in an industrial landscape? Now, let me talk or request Christian to go ahead and answer this question, because he is in one of those, organizational structure, which is quite rare, that is marine. So go ahead, Christian. What do you think can future-proof education to match the need of the industry landscape, especially a skillful job like the one that you lead?
Yep. Well, for example, in the marine industry, they have created STCW, that is standard training, certification, and watchkeeping for all the sea surfers. This has been since 1976, they start. So there have been upgrades during that time. And it has been very good. Actually, it's quite good to standardize all the certification that the sea surfers need around the world. However, sometimes always this is the minimum requirement. And most of the company, of course, they look at the cost and so on, and they don't have an improvement. But of course, some key values of the major companies in the world, they have more training apart from this, because they understand this is the minimum of world requirements. And this has been going on for years, and actually it's really good. It's working.
Perfect. So upskilling is the key to keep your, your profile updated to match the requirement of the industry right now. Fahim, would you like to give the perspective from the education's, point of view? Upskilling is an ongoing process. However, how can education system create a mindset so that the learners or the students are going to be lifelong learners?
Of course. So look, I would agree with CPD and upskilling. That is really important. One of the things that I truly believe is in an educator called Jeff Petty. He's very famous in terms of research. He believes in the idea of experimentation and creating a culture of experimentation within schools, within education institutes. So if you create a culture of experimentation where teachers, students are all experimenting with different teaching and learning styles, strategies, technology. If you create that culture, then it allows the schools to be flexible, allows the teachers to be flexible in terms of trying and experimenting with new ideas and strategies. I think if you've got to create that right culture within the school. And I also think that the school governing body, the government needs to be agile and flexible as well. So, for example, I think you might be aware that in the UAE, and particularly within Dubai, the government announced that each government entity will have an AI chief executive officer. They've also talked about AI training for teachers and AI weeks within schools as well. When you've got the government and the school governing body who believe in that idea of experimenting and trying new ideas, then I think schools will continue to develop and be flexible and adaptive to the changes that are going on within industries as well. All right, so I think experimenting, governing bodies and governments being agile and flexible as well. I think all of those things definitely will help.
Thank you, Fahim. In fact, I can second what Fahim has spoken about, agile education system. We have a higher percentage of students who re-enroll for doctorate after their MBA with us. Now, I get it because, with reference to our MBA education system, we have that element of freedom to take different facilitating methodologies. We are able to create lifelong learners, because if you see into our pass out rates, we can see that most of our students turn out to be thought leaders. Most of our students are inculcating the habit of being lifelong learners. So I get that, there is a need for an agile education system in the schooling, not just in higher education. Perfect. Can I move to the next question? It's leadership's role in education. Now, this question is open to all 5 of you. What role do you believe leadership should play in shaping the future of education for the industry? And how can leaders effectively drive this transformation? I would request Tabby to go ahead and address this first. Tabby, over to you.
Thanks, Rajashri. First of all, thanks for the amazing introduction. I'm going to keep that recording and play it every time when I walk into a room and do a lecture. So moving on to the part on leadership's role, I like what Dr. Roberts spoke about earlier on mentorship. It's something that I'm very passionate about. Leadership in education, particularly within the context of industry, is crucial in shaping a future that aligns with both current and emerging marketing needs. So I believe that leaders should act as visionaries, bridging the gap between academic institutions and industry requirements, using their obviously mature insights and in industry knowledge, having the skin in the game. And in my role as a coach and facilitator in design thinking, digital marketing, and brand storytelling, I usually emphasize that leaders must not only advocate for updated curricula, but also actively participate in curriculum design and industry academia collaborations. Effective leaders drive transformation by fostering environments where continuous learning and innovation are prioritized. And this involves investing in professional development programs, encouraging industry, academia partnerships with various, whether it's educational institutions like universities and even down to the ground of high school. And embracing a culture of lifelong learning, like our panelists have already spoken about. So I would say 3 takeaways that I would like to emphasize on is leaders acting as visionaries, where they bridge the gap between academia and industry, and then promoting continuous learning, fostering a culture of lifelong learning, professional development, with keeping educational programs relevant and effective, and lastly, engaging in curriculum design from the ground up, where you actively participate in designing and updating, and also ensuring alignment with industry needs and emerging trends, especially now there's AI with VR and so forth that our panelists before have mentioned. I think that's something that's very important as leaders and the role that we play in education. Thank you.
Thank you, Tavi. Over to Pradyumna. Pradyumna, are you there? Okay, I think there is a technical issue there. Okay, the question is open to all of you, in fact. Please go ahead and share your insight with reference to leadership's role in education. You can be a leader from an organization or into the education system. Please go ahead.
Can I go, moderator?
Yes, please. Yes.
Thank you. Yes, I think leadership also, like to add what Dr. Tavi have said, maybe leadership also should encourage student exchange, international, it can be local and so forth, so that they experience that cultural, because we are now one globe. I actually also teach at Exeed, but I'm actually seated here in Africa. And so student exchange and staff mobility, so that they will also experience what the other side of the world is experiencing. And we should also infuse the practical applications in our curriculum. And how does we do it? Dr. Tavi talked about the industry and academia developing the curriculum together. And there's also someone who talked about professional bodies earlier on. How do they participate in curriculum development? When we develop the curriculum, we then need to share it with the accountants to look at it. I mean, just giving an accountant, since I'm coming from the accounting fraternity, to review and also recommend, and so forth. So, the curriculum then is built with that flair of the world of work. Thank you.
Perfect. Over to you, Pradyumna. What would you like to share on this particular topic of leadership's role in driving education?
I would like to second what Tavi said, wherein leaders have to be translators of what the industry wants to the education world and what education world has to offer to the corporate world. So that is the way we can collaboratively move forward, wherein I know that industry is always demanding of new things, new skills at a very shorter notice and a broader expectation. But I think a good leader can be someone who can translate things as and pave the way with a building brick, mentioning that what is required and what is right for the industry rather than what and all is required. So yeah, I would like to second him. Thank you.
Thank you. Christian, go ahead, please.
Yeah, another thing is the leader need to have a clear vision, the goals. Let's just remember that leadership effectiveness is considered when you achieve the goal. So that's involve cost, people, and mainly ethics nowadays. To be charismatic, maybe. And beyond all this, I think is the trust, a positive reinforcement, the opportunity, not to be opportune. I can't remember the word.
Opportunities.
Yes,
Go ahead.
yeah.
True, very true.
So, yeah,
Very,
action
very
decisions, and this is limited to our culture. In when it's limited to our culture, it's a little bit hard to get rid of the social cultural anchors. So that's one thing. And I remember now from the last question, I just wanted to add some learning collaborations that we did in the university with the loading masters, and this was in conjunction with the National Petroleum Company. They need some specific professional, and we did develop actually a course for them that was like 8 months, 9 months course, online and presence, and also we did another course for the professionals that just came from the academy. They needed reinforcement from experienced guys, how to guide them. And we did also online course for about 6 months. And it was very successful with a specific, one of the major companies there in South America and now in America, but they have branches all around the world. And they were very happy with the result.
Thank you, Christian. Over to Fahim. Fahim, go ahead, please.
On this topic, so look, I agree with what all the other panelists have said in terms of the role that leaders play. And I do, going back to what I said, I think it's got to start from the top. So with any organization, like within a school, for example, the principal, if you've got a very clear vision of this is what I want technology to look like within the school, this is the partnerships that I want to develop. You know, I think it's got to come from the top within a school, within any organization. If you've got the right priorities there in terms of prioritizing technology and partnerships, then that will work. Because often I think we ask teachers make sure that they're integrating technology within lessons, but actually if you have that strong vision and you prioritize technology and partnerships, then it will weave through the whole of the organization and it'll be part of the culture within the school. And I think, again, in terms of experimenting, developing that within the culture of the school, I think, again, it's got to come from the leadership right from the top, and then it weaves through the school, because I think it is the leadership of the school that creates the culture and the vision, and then it weaves through the rest of the school. So I agree with what everybody else says, but I think, again, you know, the leaders, they've got to set the vision, they've got to create that culture, and they've got to support the initiation of partnerships with all the different industries as well.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you, Tabby, Christian, Fahim, Robert, and Pradyumna for those amazing inputs. Thank you for adding real value to the segment, Visionary Voices, Shaping the Future of Education for Industry 5.0. Now, you guys have concluded saying that education and industry does not exist in a separate universe. They are supposed to coexist. You need agile education system headed by resilient leaders who understand the need for upskilling. A heartfelt thank you for all of you. And kindly note, the session is handed over to Dr. Azim for the concluding procedures. Over to you, Dr. Azim. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Azim, you're on mute. Could you please unmute yourself?
I'm sorry, Doctor. I'm sorry, Rajeshwari. Thank you very much, Rajeshwari, and thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for making this event successful, especially with your contribution, your participation. I can see that you spent the whole day with us. It's really appreciable. As we draw the curtains on the Exeed's Multidisciplinary International Research Conference 2024, I am filled with immense gratitude and a profound sense of accomplishment. As you know that this year our theme was Industry 5.0, and there were the 3 sub-themes. Over 60 abstracts with authors, more than 100 scholars from 17 countries they have submitted. And following the rigorous double-blind peer review process, 56 papers were accepted. And out of these 56, 52 have successfully presented today. In the first theme, 32 papers were presented. And in the second theme, 12 papers were presented. And in the second theme, 12 papers, and in the third themes, 8 papers were presented. So I'm going to give the research roundup in the beginning, and then we'll be announcing the best, the research before we conclude. The research presented under the theme Contemporary Business and Management Challenges and Practices. It addressed a wide array of critical issues facing today's business environment. Scholars examined the integration of sustainable practices and digital transformation as a key drivers for innovation and performance enhancement. From exploring the impact of lean management on medical imaging efficiency to analyzing transformational leadership in African financial institutions, the studies highlighted the importance of strategic leadership, corporate social responsibility, and sustainable governance in various sectors, including energy, agriculture, and technology. The research has also entered into the challenges of talent management in emerging markets, the effectiveness of digital marketing strategies, and the evolving role of intergenerational succession of SMEs. So collectively, these studies emphasize the need for adaptive and forward-thinking management practices to navigate the complexities of global business landscape. The research presented under the theme Teaching and Learning for Changing World focused on dynamic relationship between education and emerging technologies. Researchers explored the transformative impact of digital learning, especially in the post-COVID-19 pandemic, and how it is reshaping educational strategies for Industry 5.0. The studies highlighted the importance of scaffolding in academic writing, the role of differentiated instructions in enhancing students' motivation, and the integration of neuro-linguistic programming in modern education. Additionally, the influence of leadership critical thinking on students' outcomes and the long-term effects of childhood trauma on academic performance were key areas of exploration. This theme highlighted the necessity for educational institutions to adopt innovative approaches and technologies to meet the evolving needs of students in a rapidly changing world. Under the theme Human-Centric Technology, researchers presented groundbreaking studies on the interaction between technology and human needs. The focus was on how advanced technologies like AI, machine learning, Internet of Things are being leveraged to enhance educational engagement, healthcare, and corporate governance. From exploring AI-driven sustainable maintenance in Saudi oil and gas sectors to revolutionizing FIFA governance with Web3, The research showcased the potential of technology to drive efficiency and ethical practices in various domains. Studies also addressed the challenges of AI adoption, emphasizing the needs for ethical frameworks and responsible integration of technology in business and education. This theme highlighted the critical role of technology in shaping the future, with a focus on aligning technological advancement with human-centric values. These summaries encapsulate the rich and diverse scope of research presented at the conference, demonstrating a commitment to addressing the challenges and opportunities in business, education, and technologies. The insight shared today will undoubtedly contribute to the advancement of knowledge and the development of innovative solutions for the future. This conference has made a substantial contribution to the body of knowledge across business, education, and technology. The research presented has not only advanced our understanding of contemporary challenges and opportunities in these fields, but also provided actionable insights that can be applied to real-world scenarios. For businesses, the studies offer innovative strategies for sustainability, leadership, and talent management that are essential for thriving in a globalized economy. In education, the exploration of emerging technologies and pedagogical approaches equips educators with the tools to better prepare students for the future. In the realm of technology, the emphasis on human-centric advancement ensures that innovation aligns with ethical considerations and social needs. Moreover, the collective knowledge shared during today's conference holds a significant implications for society at large and the government of the UAE. The focus on sustainability, digital transformation, and education for Industry 5.0 directly supports the UAE's vision of becoming a global hub for innovation and knowledge. The research provides a valuable guidance for policymakers in fostering an environment that encourages technological advancement, sustainable business practices, and educational excellence. Ultimately, this conference has not only enriched the academic community, but also contributed to the ongoing development of a prosperous, forward-thinking society in the UAE and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no comparison for the quality of work presented today. And we have constituted a committee to analyze each scholarly work and identify few from each theme, from 3 themes, the top papers. So we had the criteria, and I'm not going in that detail. So with 52 outstanding papers, selecting the top papers from each theme was an incredibly challenging task. And every submission demonstrated the exceptional strength across all the factors. Right. So the papers that secured the top position did so by the very narrowest margin, and they are highlighting high caliber in all the entries in the criteria points. So if your paper isn't among the top selected papers, please don't be discouraged. And the competition was extremely close. Now, let me announce, please allow me to announce the best research and most innovative in each theme. Now, from the theme 1, I would like Jacqueline Najom, BM022. It is the best research award, building sustainable leadership, cross-cultural strategies for global teams in sub-Saharan Africa's multinational companies. From the theme 2, the best research is from Zepizat Putra bin Zain al Abidin, ED010, determining the impact of game-based learning on primary students' motivation for science in Singapore. And from theme 3, the best research we have identified with Ahmed Sarkawi, Tech 006, revolutionizing FIFA governance with Web3. From the innovative perspective, the best award from theme 1 is BM008, William Poole, a hierarchy of control framework that reduces fatalities in the construction sectors in the UK. From the education theme, theme 2, the best innovation goes to Mahasabha, ED008, Neuro-Linguistic Programming in Modern Education, Transforming Teaching and Learning. From the theme 3, the best innovative research goes to Carmen Rani Sam, Tech 004, Internet of Things in KSA Healthcare Environment. So my friends, heartfelt congratulations to all the winners. Your hard work and dedication has truly shown through, and very well done. Thank you very much. Now, I recall a discussion by the end of last year with Dr. Vivek, and when we were thinking to organize this event, which is our International Research Conference. And today we have successfully achieved this goal, and this monumental task would not have been possible without your support, all of you, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you very much for that. First of all, I would like to extend my deepest appreciation to distinguished keynote speakers, Catherine Mawaba, Brian Charles, Miles Smith, Dr. Laura Willis. And they have enriched our understanding and expanded our horizons with their invaluable insights and give honor to our event. A special thanks to the panelists of our visionary session organized by Rajeshwari. And I would say special thanks to Bashir Maresh, Tabi Rangvi, Obert Mosti, Fahim Muhammad, Dr. Robert Machera, Christian Ariel Este, and Predoma. And I apologize if I cannot pronounce the correct names. And thank you very much, Maria and Rajeshwari, for your full support throughout the day and your dedication, commitment to the event, and especially Maria convened the event, and Rajeshwari who convened the panel discussion. Special thanks to Dr. Vivek Mohan for his unwavering support throughout the planning and execution. His leadership has been pivotal in the entire journey. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Ravi Kadam for her invaluable contributions and support, and her dedication was instrumental to the success of this program. We extend our sincere gratitude to all session chairs for their exceptional work in organizing dynamic and engaging breakout sessions. I would say special thanks to our external esteemed guest session chairs, Dr. Lavina, Mavish Idris, and Sana Awais. I must acknowledge the conference committees who provided persistent support during the preparation and today at the execution stage. I would like to mention the Nushkas from the program committee, and Dr. Rekha, Dr. Mark, Piali Mondal, Dr. Megashki, Priti Mondal from the review committees, Dr. Ritika, Anish Tarinil, Anish Soni, Mashuk, Anmol, Ahmad from the technical committees who provided seamless digital access to the participants across the globe. And my friend, there are many unsung heroes. It's very difficult to remember all the names. And if I have overlooked anyone, please accept my apologies. As we conclude, I am excited to announce our next year conference, which is the second Exceed's Multidisciplinary International Research Conference, EMIRC 25, which will be scheduled in year 2025. And our main theme will be dynamic learning organizations, strategies for leadership, knowledge management, and innovations in the 21st centuries. The sub-themes will be in leadership for learning organizations, learning organization culture, and knowledge management technologies. And this conference will look into how we can cultivate a sustainable culture of learning and innovation across the sectors. So let's carry forward the momentum to EMIRC 25 and beyond as we continue to shape the future of education for Industry 5.0. Thank you very much once again to all of you for your enthusiastic participation. And I look forward to welcoming you next year with even greater zeal. Thank you very much. Goodbye and best wishes.
Dr. Azim, just to add on, can we have all the attendees to switch on the camera, please? We'd like to take a screenshot of all the attendees.
You have to unpin me. I think Rajeshwari, you have to unpin.
Hamad, can you do the needful?
Yes.
Could you kindly capture the screenshot of all the attendees in one frame?
Okay. I'll see.
Request you all to switch on the camera. We'll be enabling this on our social networking sites, precisely on LinkedIn, so you'd be able to view this. Cass, could you do the needful?
I have done it. There are like 3 screenshots. So is that okay?
Perfect. You can take multiple just in
Yep.
case we need a backup.
All done.
Perfect. So thank you once again, all the attendees. We'll call it a wrap and looking forward for EMIRC 2025 in your presence. Thank you so much for making this successful. See you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, guys. Thank you. Bye.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you, everyone.
you.
Congratulations to all the winners.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Thank you all.
Goodbye.
Have a great weekend.
Bye.
Thank you and goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well done, Maria.
Bye.
Thank you all.
Shall I end the meeting?
Yes,
Yeah,
please.
sure.
Yes. Thank you.